It's my shot. Got this. If I get the car, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. to seize the opportunity, to be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
I'm ready to show my hand, ready to take a stand, wait on a sign above, and I am ready, ready, 'cause I just live for the game, 'cause I just live for the game, 'cause I just live for the game.
71,000, of course, as Sam alluded to, first place 347,850, which includes that seat into the World Poker Tour's World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas in December. Our dealers today are Ronan and Chewy. Button begins in the 5 seat with Nick Eunice. We have 2 of them, so we have 2 Nicks, so we have to make sure we know which one it is. Again, good luck, everyone. Ronan, shuffle up and deal.
All right, and here we are. Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst at Best Bet in Jacksonville. This is an amazing event. 361 started, and now we are down to the final 6 players. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Good, Matt. How you doing?
Excellent. We start off with the seat number 1, Jordan Joseph. He has 2.795 million. He is from Greenville, South Carolina. In seat number 2, our chip leader, Eric Afriat, 3-time champion, Miami Beach, Florida, 6,570,000. In seat number 3, we have Young Q Song. This is his 3rd final table on the World Poker Tour this year. He is from Washington with 1,335,000. In seat number 4, we have Michael Jagru. He's from Orlando, Florida. 1,035,000 comes in our short stack. In seat number 6, we have Nick Eunice. He is from Chile, and he has 2,690,000. And rounding out this final table is Nicholas Funaro. He is from Sewell, New Jersey, with 3,680,000.
Nicholas, just 22 years old. Good to see some young faces on the table as he's facing a raise with a pair of 7s up against Eric, our chip leader. These are the 2 largest stacks at this final table. We expect to see a lot of passive play from Nick up against Eric. And the 7's a natural call out of the small blind. Heads up between these 2. And on King 7-5, young Nick with middle set. Beautiful board for his hand. Eric bets 80,000, and unfortunately for Nick, there's not much here to entice Eric to stick around should he raise, and I do think he has a hand worth raising on a board texture where he can get some action in the event Eric has a flush draw or a king, maybe even backdoor spades with a suited connector. But with ace-9, I don't know why he would continue, and Eric does let that one go. So an early win for Nick, but I'm sure he was hoping for more when he saw that flop.
Eric with almost 3 million more than the 2nd place in chips, and that's a big chip lead. I don't know how he got there. I wasn't here at the end of the night last night, but I know that he had taken a few hits, so he must have had quite a run towards the end of the night.
I was talking to Eric before the final table. This is his 9th WPT final table, but just the first time he's come in with the chip lead. Wow. He said he's feeling the pressure today because he's in the one to lose something today, that he's going in with the expectations. Usually he's one of the shorter stacks looking up, and historically that's worked out great for Eric. He is a 3-time WPT champion, one of the most successful players on the tour, chasing after his record-tying 4th today. He would be tying Darren Elias for the lead.
That is quite amazing. A lot of people out there have played against Eric over the years, and just amazing success. All right, Joe has called 25,000 with ace-9. to Eric Afriad, who has queen 6.
I got to play with Joe on day 3. Really good presence on the table. Nice story to his path, reaching this final table. Not a serious tournament player, more of a cash guy, kind of a PLO player. Limp calls the ace-9 here against Eric in the big blind, who raised queen 6.
Yeah, the blinds are 25 and 50,000. 50,000 big blind ante.
Murky decision for Joe on this flop. He does have the ace high with the 3 straight. You could justify a call, but under the ICM pressure of being one of the medium stacks up against the chip leader, you often don't want to call down without a clear path to winning the hand.
But he does make the call here and now, catches the card that gives him the up and down straight with the 7.
And you know, that's an interesting card, Matt, because it gives both players an open-end straight draw, and more reason for Eric to continue. He also has the queen of diamonds, blocking some of the backdoor flush draws that Joe could potentially reach here and call another bet with. So, a tempting hand for Eric to barrel with. And I'd like to see him go for it in this pot of 950. It looks like he intends to bet. I think that would perform well here, but no, he'll check behind. You know, that 7 also a good card for the type of hands that limp call for Joe in the small blind and call a flop bet. Hands like 8-9, 10-8, 8-7, 6-7.
And the deuce of hearts on the river, so you see with our graphic, Joe does have the best hand. But he is out of position, and he does bet 650.
This is interesting. He's turning his hand into a bluff. We know that he doesn't need to do this up against a queen high. I think his hand may be a little too good to turn into a bluff here. He's going to have some stuff like queen jack, king 9 perhaps, that don't have any showdown value. Joe perhaps feels that he can't face a bet, so if he bets himself, Eric will have to fold a lot of stuff, maybe even some weaker pairs. A little bit of a merge, as we would call it there, Matt, but it works out great for Joe.
He does
who
win
does,
that pot. Yes,
yeah, take a bite out of Eric.
Joe has an interesting story. He lived here in Jacksonville for 5 years, and now he has gone back to take care of his parents. So a little bit more at stake for him. He was very excited to be at this final table. This is his first 5K event ever, and he won his way in through a satellite. So
that's
a
fantastic.
big chance for him here to win some life-changing money, honestly. It's about $350,000 for first, which does include that seat to the Wynn Championship, where they can go and win millions more. It's coming up in December.
Action with Nick holding ace-7 on the cutoff, worth a raise, up to 100. Eric with ace-jack in the small blind. One of those hands that can mix between calling and 3-betting. Eric elects to call this time. And Young Q with 6s in the big blind. Very happy to see a flop with that hand up against our 2 chip leaders.
And that flop is 9-7-4 with 2 spades.
Nick takes the lead. He's also the only one holding a spade. Eric rechecks his cards for a spade. Nothing to see there.
Does get checked around. A deuce of hearts on the turn.
Very pretty card for Nick. You know, Young could block here, but I don't know that this hand makes that much sense to do it with. But you could justify it, yeah, and he will. I'm a little confused by his bet size here, 225. He did get a 7 to fold, so there's merit in that way.
And he will get Eric to fold as well. So
Yeah.
Young Q does win this pot. Now, you see Young Q has a few different things that he does here. He will cover his face with his shirt whenever he's in a pot. Also stand up and put on his jacket
When there's an all-in.
when there's an all-in.
Yeah.
And he puts it on, he calls it his armor, and that he's looking for protection
Okay.
from bad beats.
So far, his armor has protected him in this tournament.
We are watching the chat on YouTube, so if you're watching on Best Bet or on WPT, hello out there. This also is on Facebook live. So we're just into the early part of this tournament here today. We did start just a few hands ago. And as I said, it's quite a nice little prize pool here. You participated in that, Tony?
I participated, even captured a little of that prize pool, finishing in 16th place. I was in for one bullet, so that worked out to a pretty nice cash, which was great.
Very nice.
Had another opportunity to make a WPT final table and came up a little short, but it's just always fun to be deep in these. And it gives me some experience against the players who make the final table, so when we are in the booth, I have some familiarity, a little sense of the journey that brought them to the final table. As I said, I played with Joe, Young Q quite a bit on day 2, day 3-ish, day 3 it was. I've played a lot with Eric in the past, of course. Not this time around in Jacksonville. And I've played a ton with Nick Funaro's brother Frank online, as well as a bit live. But Nick is just 22 years old, as we talked about earlier. He's very young in poker these days. We don't have the same influx of young players that we used to, so it's good to see somebody young at the final table doing well. Meanwhile, young Q on the button. Breakout player in his own regard this year. Raising ace-5. Dion in the small blind was the Jack-10. You know, maybe if we were playing for chips, he could get in there, but under the ICM pressure of this final table, I like that fold. Now Nick Eunice in the big blind, the Chilean. Played a lot of WPTs. This is his first final table. I think we can expect an emotional win if he's the one that takes it down.
Absolutely. Super excited to be here. He said there would be tears shed if he were to win this event. He is really trying to get his name on that Mike Sexton Champions Cup, as you are already there, Tony, so you know what that feels like.
Look at this. Nick finding the light 3-bet out of the big blind with Queen-6 offsuit. I like this hand selection. You see some low offsuit kings and low offsuit queens used as 3-bet bluffs in these ICM scenarios. Oh, but he's picked the wrong target. Young Q loves the small 4-bets. I saw him make a very strange small 4-bet when we played together. I believe it was day 2. He 4-bet to 180,000. His opponent shoved for around 300 and change, and Young Q folded. So we know he's capable of the light 4-bets. We saw another one there making the small sort of clicky 4-bet with ace-5. Great hand selection there, and he catches Nick trying to get one through.
Potential. I don't know, Tony. Is that a potential tell there, or something that he might have seen or picked up on?
The sizing?
To make the 4-bet, yeah.
No, honestly, I think he chose a pretty reasonable hand to make that play with.
Okay.
He has a hand that's not good enough to call a 3-bet, but can reasonably block some of the 3-bet folds. I also just think he may believe early in the final table. And with some shorter stacks still around, he didn't believe that Nick was prepared to play a huge pot without a massive hand like aces or kings. But you got to know your opponent a little bit. Some players don't ever really light 3-bet out of the big blind. It's a play that some people just completely forget to make. And if you try and bluff someone like that when they 3-bet you out of the big blind, it's going to be a very expensive mistake. Young Q, aware that Nick is capable of those plays, fights back, wins the pot. And it makes for fun poker to watch when players are willing to put each other to the test that way early on in a final table.
Absolutely. They are in there mixing it up. Can you get a chance to try any of the sushi here? They're very famous for
Only every day.
Only every day. They're famous for their sushi here at bestbet. They do a fantastic job. Jesse Hollander and Deb Giardina and their team do a fantastic job. Tournament director Arlie as well. It is literally the biggest poker room in Florida, which is quite a statement. We know we have some big ones. And a big one coming up later this year.
Yeah.
It'll be at WPT Hard Rock in Hollywood. coming up right after Thanksgiving. I'll be going to that. Are you going to that as well, Tom?
I will not be at that one. I'm going back to Las Vegas. We are doing a charity tournament with One Drop Foundation that I'll be present for during F1 weekend.
Me as well.
Yeah, we'll see you there.
Yes.
Now Nick, limping in the small blind here with King 3, faces a raise from Joe. And he has a kind of hand that's sort of on the cusp here, but I think is best played as a fold. I like that fold from Nick. Joe waking up with the ace-king. Doesn't need to see a flop, though.
Joe has the least amount of experience here at this final table, but he's seems to be playing quite well. So happy to see that. Former, he was in the armed services, so thank you for your service there, Joe.
What branch?
I don't know. I've got to take a look at that. His greatest poker accomplishment was a $70,000 cash out. And when he asked about his playing style, he says it depends on the day. When he uses his winning style, people that he loves and more poker. So we like that kind of story.
Raise 125,000.
Nick Funaro does raise to 125,000 with ace 3, and now Joe with king 10 here in the small blind.
Joe has a hand that can be used as a light 3-bet.
Raise 400.
I don't love calling as much with Eric behind at a final table. If we were just playing for chips, I think his hand should mix calls and 3-bets, but I prefer the path he has chose here. Joe, for a guy who doesn't play a ton of tournament poker, showing some real savviness so far. And Nick, facing the 3-bet. Not going to go the young Q path of turning ace-x offsuit into the light 4-bet.
A previous champion, Tyler Patterson, is in the chat, and he says that there's some interesting fashion choices here. A turtleneck and coat over the shoulder. Screams Hallmark movie villain.
Yep. We also have we have a scarf. We have the coat over the shoulders. We have the linen suit.
Yes, he said he was going with the Euro scarf and Andrea with the main character suit.
Yep. Main character suit.
His money's on the guys with the t-shirts. Eric is a golfer, so this is Funaro is a golfer. So hopefully he'll take down some big cash here, and maybe we'll see him on the links in Vegas. And we do have a 30-minute delay here, Catlin, so this is on a 30-minute delay.
Dion here with the ace-3 suited. I do think his hand's worth a raise there. Suited aces, even at final tables, are pretty playable. And you know, Dion is our shortest stack, so in some regards he has the least to lose by putting chips at risk.
And Joe here with 7-8 suited.
Raise 110,000. Full.
Going up on the button.
Raises to 110. You gave a there. What does that mean?
At first I thought he was in the small blind.
Okay.
And then I realized he was buttoned, so
okay.
I took back my because I thought he was raising blind versus blind into Eric out of position, and I would have liked to see him limp there. Generally, when we're in the small blind on a medium stack facing the big stack under ICM, we really want to play a limp-heavy strategy. But since he was on the button, then yes, of course he should raise. And young Q shows that he will not just play any 2 suited cards from the big blind, folds 7 deuce suited.
Nice. Nick here with 9 deuce of diamonds. That's Nick Eunice, by the way. Funaro folds the queen deuce suited, and Joe now with ace 9 of spades. Now he's in the cutoff here.
Finding some nice hands early.
What do you like to see here?
Same 110 that you made the 8-7 suited.
Okay. And
Raise 110,000.
it's like the same bet, 110. And now Dion here with king queen in the big blind.
Should at least call, maybe shove.
He's coming into this table as a short stack, currently with 810,000.
Right. Yeah, I like that shove. And this is a dicey spot for Joe. again, just playing for chips, I think he has a clear call. Under the pressure of ICM at a final table, he knows Dion will be a lot tighter with the type of hands that he shoves. He's not likely to be ahead of that many aces, especially, Dion is not a full-time tournament poker player. Guys miss the low-suited aces shoves here out of the big blind. Yeah, and I think that's a very reasonable fold from Joe, but also shows why Dion's play of reshoving pre-flop is so nice and effective. He gets Joe to fold the best hand.
And you see the Mike Sexton Champions Cup there in the middle of the table. And Tony Dump's name is on that.
Yeah, got one back in the day, 11 years ago now.
Was it 11 years ago?
11 years ago, 2013.
Wow. Were you even 21 then?
I was 20. Let me think about this.
Give away your age.
I was almost 30. Would have been 29.
Finero now with 8-3.
Raise
Eric
150,000.
raising up the cutoff with the Jack-6 suited. Young Q with the potentially playable King-4 suited on the button.
Raise.
I was going to say, these type of hands like to play as 3-bets on the button, and particularly under ICM if you're going to get involved in the hand. And Young Q is apparently a man who looks for reasons to get involved in hands. This was my first time playing with him during this tournament. As we've discussed, he's on a tear this year. He might be a very fun player to watch today. Between the light 4-bet, 3-betting stuff like King-4 suited, he may provide some real entertainment.
And he heard the call from the dealer of 10 seconds.
Raise 575.
As
Look
we do
at
have
this.
the action clock in play. And a 4-bet to 575 by Eric Afriat.
Well,
Thoughts?
we are off the beaten path in this hand. Jack-6 suited, not one that typically gets in there as a 4-bet. Eric, though, recognizing that Young Q may be getting out of line here, makes the play. His timing is right. I mean, Eric is one of those guys who is not out there studying solvers and working on his game left, right, and center. He's a family man. But he crushes tournament poker, and you see some instinctual plays like that you may never encounter on a chart somewhere, and yet in the moment it turns out his instincts are right on. So you really, have to credit Eric for being willing to pull the trigger with something of a nonsense hand like a Jack-6 suited when he suspects his opponent is out of line.
Why do you think players like Eric and like Darren Elias do so well on the World Poker Tour? And I seem to find that it's maybe some familiarity with the structure, comfort with the length of the tournament. The WPTs are a little bit longer, a little more deep stacked poker. Do you think that's possible, Tony?
Well, strangely enough, I don't consider Eric and Darren very similar players, and yet they are very successful players on the World Poker Tour. Now, I do think the familiarity with the fields, with the structure, with the pace does factor in to their success. But, each of those guys, very talented poker players in their own right, but with differing approaches to the game. So I won't speculate. I mean, you never know. Like, it could be that Darren is one of 10 to 20 excellent pros who have traveled around and played a bunch of WPTs, and he just so happens to be the one that's run the best in the big spots. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Darren, who I think was a phenomenal player. Right. But sometimes there's not necessarily that much rhyme or reason to why someone is the most successful player in WPT history as opposed to a guy who's won 1 or 2 WPTs but made a lot of final tables and for whatever reason didn't win the big flips in the biggest moments. I just don't really know how much is something specific to those guys and something that, we're talking about a sample of a couple hundred tournaments over a decade or two is just fluky like that.
Yeah.
Raise 100,000.
Darren has had a lot of success in high rollers.
Yes. Yeah.
Not so much at the WSOP, so it's interesting.
It's that doesn't really make any sense, right? Why he would be successful on the WPT but not the World Series. I think he's as equally great a player in both places, and he's just run better in the WPT than he has at the World Series, and that's where his results have been.
Okay. All right, we got a pair for Nick Eunice. He has 10s.
10 seconds.
And he's got
Call.
a call here as Eric Goffrey has raised with King 6 of clubs. And Nick Cunero with King 9 does fold. Joe with Jack 8 offsuit. Sure we'll find the muck, and we're going to see a flop here. We haven't seen in a little while. Now he does make the call.
Yeah, he does make the call, and this is the first spot where I think a little of Joe's inexperience at tournaments is showing. These type of hands are clear calls earlier in tournaments, but at final tables, you actually want to avoid calling these kind of offsuit gapperish hands with broadways out of the big blind.
Unless, of course, you flop top pair.
Yeah, unless you flop top pair. But conceptually worth pointing out that stuff like Jack 8 and even things like Jack 10-0, Queen 10-0 don't play as well here as they do earlier in the tournament. Ranges are going to be tighter, especially Nick's range is going to be pretty solid pre-flop. You're just much more likely to be dominated as he was here, but you know, thankfully for Joe, he did flop the top pair of jacks, and you know.
You did check it. I forgot did bet 180. And
then there's a call, so it's like, I guess I'm going to continue. Am I? Yeah, see, here is our dilemma, right? Even when we get a flop that's good, if there's action, we don't really want to continue. Like, all of the pressure is on not putting chips in the middle.
Interesting.
If he was suited, certainly he needs to call. But yeah, these offsuit 1 Broadway, even low 2 Broadway card hands don't play as well as overcalls in the big blind at a final table as they do early in a tournament. We'd much rather overcall something like 6-5 offsuit or 7-6 offsuit that's less likely to be dominated.
Yeah, the call pre-flop, then catching top pair, and then folding. I don't understand. Of course, I am the amateur here. Tony, you are obviously the professional here.
Right. Once it goes back call on the flop, I understand the fold.
Oh, do you?
I would understand a call or a fold. And look at this, Eric. No pair, no draw, no problem. Just barrels the King 6 of clubs.
It's a level of confidence as well for Eric, being in these spots so many times. Like
right.
you said, was it his 11th final table?
9th final table.
9th final table, yeah. And already 3 wins. Experience and confidence does play into these final tables, as we know and as we've seen.
Right. Pretty nasty barrel from Eric. I mean, he's got no equity going to the river. He could have fluked a king, but barring that, he didn't have a clear path to winning, but he still took the opportunity to attack Nick. One of those spots that it worked out this time, it looks great, but when Nick has a strong jack or a set, it's gonna backfire. So I sort of have mixed feelings about that. I mean, it's nice to find wins and generate folds when we really don't have any other way to win the pot, but I also worry that if you get too gung-ho doing that stuff, someone's going to snap you off with a pair. Eric, though, keeping his opponents off balance so far, doing a really nice job of playing from in front.
Austin says best dealer in the game. They have some amazing dealers here. This is Chewy in the box right here, and he's doing a fantastic job.
Another pot between our 2 chip leaders. Eric dominating Nick. What a flop. Jack 7-3. I would love to see Eric check raise this flop. It's a fairly wet texture. There's going to be a lot of combo draws that Eric would check raise, so I think we should have some value besides, you know, 2 pairs and sets. Yeah, and he's made this like strange small check raise. Nick bet small, he check raised small. Certainly Nick cannot get away with top pair here, knowing there's a lot of combo draws out there. So Eric building this pot, going to the turn. 5 of hearts, a generally safe card for both players. 875 out there. I think Eric should bet somewhere around half pot or more, I think. He's going to go just under 375. And Nick here. Not a very fun situation in Nick's shoes, but I don't think he can fold. He does make the call. Go to a river, and it's a deuce of clubs, and I imagine that will slow down both players. suspect Eric will check or maybe make a small blocking bet. Yeah, he goes with the block, 375. And a snap call from Nick, who's going to lose 375 more. And a great thin value bet from Eric on the river, getting an extra 375 despite the flush coming in. Getting the absolute maximum with his ace-jack and really putting a dent in Nick's stack. He was second in chips coming in. Eric has now put major distance between himself and the pack. See that comment from Andrew there. Good playing with you as well. Deep here in the Scramble. This was a great event. So you can see Afriat nearly half the chips in play, having his run of the final table thus far. Oh, Joe with the Rockets.
Raises to 110.
And 2 quick folds.
Did he show them?
I'm not sure, maybe.
I knew it.
He must have. We talk about this every time. Are you a fan of showing?
I'm pretty indifferent to it. I think, you know, the tougher my opponents, the less likely I am to show any cards. But also, you know, showing that you raised aces on the buttons doesn't tell your opponents very much. There's no harm in tabling that card.
Nick now with ace-5. He folds.
Joe with some back-to-back playable hands. That, yeah, that needs to be a raise from Joe. A little lack of familiarity with tournament ranges. But that's a clear raise there with the King-8 of spades on the cutoff. Dion with the ace-5 in the big blind. You know, reasonable spot to reshove. You can play this as a call. You can reshove as well up against Eric, the chip leader, especially when you're the shortest stack. You expect Eric to be raising extra wide from the big blind. And yeah, great play from Dion here. Finds the shove. Eric asking for a count with Queen Jack. Not likely. Not likely to call.
What'd you count? Do you remember?
970. 678, 970.
I don't think Eric really intends to make this call.
Trying to perhaps get some information there. With
Maybe.
Chat. Shows the hand, gets rid of it. I don't know. I think it feels like Eric's playing quite well here.
Oh yeah, he's dialed.
Yeah. You call that an intimidating style?
When he tanks on the button?
No, just overall. You've played with Eric quite a bit. Does he have an intimidating style?
I would call Eric's style offbeat.
Okay.
I don't quite know what to expect from Eric in a given session. And we talked about this before he came into the final table. He's not like making a plan. He's not looking up his opponents. He's going in and feeling it out.
Walter in the chat says that his style of play matches his fashion style. Strong.
Okay. Nick Funera with the ace-jack. Yeah, and Eric just going ham here. Jack-3 offsuit. I mean, this is what I mean by offbeat. This is one of those plays that could work out, but is also much too loose at the same time. But if the entire table just relinquishes and lets you bully them with a bunch of junky nonsense, maybe you can make this. My concern is this is a streamed final table, so you know Nick is probably going to have the hands fed to him by his brother or by friends who are watching, and when he learns that Eric is 3-betting stuff like Jack 3 offsuit, next time he's not going to fold Ace Jack. He's going to either call or he's going to put in a 4-bet. And so Eric can get away with that in the early rounds and if nobody's paying attention, but I don't know how long you can keep 3-betting hands like Jack 3 offsuit and not have it backfire on you.
Now, Tony, we have a rule here on the World Poker Tour and here at Best Bet that you are not allowed to have the computer devices on the rail. So if, in fact, Frank is watching his brother Nick at the final table, he'll have to tell him at the break.
I see, okay.
What's going on. And so I've always said in these kind of final tables, are you not having somebody watch you? And if you are a player at the final table, are you not maybe changing your play from what you're playing early on?
I mean, you want to be adaptable, and it is possible that someone creates an image in the first level, knows that people will be fed hands, and then goes the opposite route in the second. So you kind of have to just like guess whether that's somebody's MO. But when you get a piece of information like Young Q 4-bet Ace 5 offsuit or Eric 3-bet Jack 3 offsuit, what you now know is your opponent is capable of these things. I play against so many people where I say, I know this person will never light 3-bet out of the big blind. They will never light 4-bet me after I 3-bet them. They will never 3-bet so wide that they have Jack 3 offsuit. If I'm being fed hands from somebody during the break, even if my opponent's to say, hey, the next couple of hours I'm going to kind of do the opposite, I at least know that you're capable of it. I know that this kind of play is within your repertoire, and I can take you out of the, scared to put it in without something really good box that a lot of people are going to be in at a final table. So,
like Joe called with very light with the Jack 8 and then folded.
Yes.
Folded top pair.
Exactly, yeah.
So you also know things like that as well. Interesting. Now Nick here with Ace Jack suited.
They've seen a limp from Eric. Eric just finding lots of ways to get involved to see flops. I like this sizing from Nick. Go big. Force Eric to pay a real price if he wants to see a flop, which I kind of think he will here with this hand. I also just think Eric's he's on a roll. He's a momentum player a bit.
We talk about this often. I say rushes are real. You say they are not.
It's sort of like the hot hand theory in basketball.
Exactly, and he does catch a decent flop here for 5-4 of spades with a flush draw and a bottom side to the straight.
Yeah, great flop for his hand, great flop for his range. Nick recognizes that. Opposite is true for his hand, and so he's going to check and almost certainly fold facing a bet. Just a perfect run out for the first hour of this final table for Eric Afriad. And if I'm Nick without a club out there, I just give it up. You hate to do it. You keep folding these nice hands.
I did not have that kind of discipline when I was 22 years old.
Yeah, no, that's a nice fold.
Eric takes another pot here, extends his chip lead. He's got 8.4 million at this point.
Just steamrolling this final table, playing tons of hands, picking spots beautifully.
There's 18 million in play here. We have Andrew on the chat over there saying it was nice playing with you.
Yeah, we gave him a shout out.
Yes, absolutely. We are watching the chat here, so make sure you get in there. Ask anything you'd like. Maybe we'll answer, maybe we won't.
Make sure to ask Matt about his Cowboys. What a promising team they are. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a great year for the Cowboys.
My $100 bill is sitting in Tony's pocket right now.
Well, Joe limping in from the small blind with 9-7. Eric raising King Jack in the big. And this time it is Joe who outflops Eric on Queen 7-6. Both players holding a club on this 2-club flop. Eric will start the betting though at 75. Nice cheap price for Joe to see the turn. And he will. Ace of spades on the turn. Very nice card for Eric to keep the aggression up. And an awkward position for Joe here. His second pair shrinks up, needing to fear Eric having both the queen and the ace now. Joe, with his 9, expects Eric to barrel that card very wide. Makes the call one more time. We'll go to a river. It's a 7, and so this could be a beautiful situation for Joe to win a big one off Eric. He'll check one more time. Will Eric take the bait? No. Nice instincts from Eric to check it back there. And you know, to his credit, Eric's King-Jack can win at showdown here. Every now and then Joe is going to have something like 8-9 of clubs, 8-10 of clubs, you know, Jack-10 of clubs, something good enough to call that second bet, but doesn't want to check raise the turn. And if Eric just checks back on the river, he can win with his king high.
Play with fire, that's for sure.
So Joe takes one off of Eric.
We had some qualifiers here from Club WPT. Got to meet them. It was a very nice trip for them.
Yeah, we did. And you can play online poker with the World Poker Tour at clubwpt.com. There's over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including VIP packages to the World Poker Tour live events. There's no purchase necessary, so sign up today at clubwpt.com.
Absolutely. Seen so many people over the years qualifying on Club WPT. And it's just a fantastic way to get to see the world and play in some of these big events. Join the likes of Tony Dunst. Eric now with 7-3. He's actually laid a hand down here. Good lay down from
Yep.
Eric. Young Q with pocket 6s. All the right moves. Young Q has had some success here at the World Poker Tour. He just won the WPT Prime in Montreal at the Playground Poker Club, and he has done fantastic this year. Also, final tabling at Thunder Valley, where I believe he finished 3rd.
Sounds right.
Yeah. People asking about the free roll passes, and then you and I have given out some of those.
We have,
WPT
yeah.
World free roll passes. We have a $5 million free roll coming up at the Wynn, in which first place will be $1 million, and you can win even more than that in that event.
Oh, the jacket is coming on for Young Q.
Okay.
And he denied Dion the opportunity to reshove out of the big blind with Jack-10 suited. I would have been curious to see what Dion did there against Eric, but Young Q takes the play away, shoving 30 blinds out of the small blind. That seems like a close one.
So Young Q does put that jacket on whenever
Yeah.
he's all in or somebody else is all in. And so the question is for you, Tony, what do you think of things like that? I mean, they're fun.
I admire that he's having fun.
Yes.
There's a lot of money at stake, and Young Q is still having fun while he plays poker. He was a really great presence on the table the other day. I got to know him a little bit during this trip. We all ended up at kind of a group dinner with some of the other players. And it's cool to see somebody who really enjoys themselves at the table, plays with a bit of humor. Oh, what interesting spot between these two. I mean, we saw Young Q reshove Ace-9, small blind versus button. But now with a few more big blinds, he's just going to call the 8s. I like the call. I just wasn't sure if he would play it that way after seeing the previous hand. But I do think that's the best play available for Young Q. He makes the call. Eric with a pretty looking King-10 of hearts.
Can't quite see the flop yet, but
Yeah.
it did go check.
Oh,
King on
what
the
a
flop, and
flop for
2
Eric.
hearts for Eric. Wow.
He makes a savvy check to Young Q. I like that check on the flop from Eric. He's got the board absolutely locked up. And not one where Young Q can have that much that can peel a flop bet. And now facing this turn bet of 200,000, I don't see how Young Q can reasonably get away. I mean, he only needs to concern himself with the king right now. Otherwise, he's got an overpair to the board. And we know that Eric has it. That card may save Young Q one more bet, but if Eric blocks small enough, maybe he gets sucked in. He didn't, though. He bet more like 30% pot, and I'm not sure what Young Q's going to do. He ends up calling and paying that one off. So nice bet sizing from Eric there to sense the relative strength of Young Q's hand and bet a size that he could call. So another nice hand from our chip leader.
So that check on the flop.
Very nice check on the flop.
That's it.
Really thought that was the key to the hand.
Absolutely. Some advanced play here. Getting some advanced advice from Tony Dunst. Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst, and we're happy to be here at Jacksonville for the Best Bet event. Again, they just do a fantastic job here, as you see the dealers here and the staff. Really on top of things. Fairly deep final table. They start with 60 big average here. Don't see every final table with that many big blinds
No.
as an average. And even though Eric did come in with a big chip lead, everybody has some playability.
Right, which is good to see. I think here, after that pot, Young Q's back under 30 blinds. I'd like to see Nick shove on him. I think that's the best play. There's other routes he could take, but this is the best one, in my opinion, and that's what he goes with. Nice shove.
And Nick does the right thing here. As Tony said, Tony, you're about 100% already today. Doing good. You're off to a good start.
I didn't exactly predict the ace-5 offsuit 4-bet or the jack-6 suited 4-bet or the queen-6-0 3-bet. But I also didn't make any bold predictions about how these guys would play those hands, so maybe we can count me at 100.
And Nick, Finera, only 22 years old.
Remarkably,
you were a little more wild back when you were 22.
When I was 22, absolutely, yeah. I was a lot more interested in going out and getting drunk than playing good poker. Dion.
School here. Dion with those 5s makes it 100,000.
I was talking to one of the guys in our live reporting crew about how Nick Finero is in the first generation that's going to come up having been raised on solvers, right? These guys have been using solvers for 5-ish years now, maybe a little bit more. You know, they were teenagers being taught how to play poker through the lens of the solver. My generation and the ones a little bit younger than me got those later on in our career and tried to fuse them with what we already knew about poker. These guys are going to come up where their instinct is going to be to play solver poker and to approach things like a solver would. So I'm really fascinated to see if this next generation is the best version of poker players so far, or if it's just such a high barrier to entry to break into poker now that we don't really see that much influx of young players. I'm really curious to see how it unfolds over the next few years.
You said instinct in there. I mean,
yeah.
Isn't that some of what you learn by playing a lot of poker? The instinct of what other players are doing?
I think it's really just, does your instinct lead you in a certain direction or down a certain decision path? And if you grow up playing on solvers, it's going to take lines that are really counterintuitive to players who grew up in more traditional paths, sensing out poker, talking about it amongst friends or on forums and, you know, kind of feeling out the game. Somebody who grew up playing on solvers, you know, they're going to find these spots where you get to the river and they know that the ranges are really polarized, so they bet 2 or 3 times the size of the pot and do something that just feels unusual for players who grew up in my generation where we didn't think about tournament poker that way. I mean, some of the best players have integrated all that into their game, and now they do those kind of things, and they have, you know, they've used those tools really well to sharpen their games. The guys at the guys at the top of the game have done that type of thing. But a lot of people in the mid-stakes tournaments have used those tools, but haven't embraced them as fully, I would say. Whereas for Nick, it's not even a matter of embracing the solvers. It's just what you grew up playing, practicing on. The way that you think about poker is solver trained.
Absolutely. Got another previous WPT Best Bet champion in the chat, Paul Petralia. He missed this year. He says he'll be back next year. Paul, we missed you here. And also Tyler Patterson, another
We'll see
guy
him at the free roll.
that dominates.
Yeah.
Paul, you know, Tyler Patterson has been dominating here over the years. He won one here. He made another final table. And
Got to cut you off here, though, Matt, because I think this could be an all-in pot.
all right.
Young Q in the big blind has the type of pair that when we're 20-ish blinds deep tends to play best as a shove. Yeah, there he goes, and really close decision for Dion. Again, for chips, clear call. At a final table, murkier, but I think a hand that should still be called. But it's not nearly as clear as it would be on day one of a tournament.
When he does put on that jacket, his armor, he does also commentate on the hand, so it's always nice to Young Q.
Yeah, how could you not love this kind of stuff? He goes for the fist bump against his opponent. Gets left hanging. Oh, man. It's never fun calling off your stack at a final table. But when you're the short stack, there's a lower risk premium on you than any other player. So that's a good call from Dion. He won't mind the result, seeing he's in a flip. What he's really worried about is 3-outing up against something like ace-king, pocket jacks. Excuse me, pocket queens, not jacks. Jacks would be a flip as well.
Day one bobber, same situation.
And we go to the flop. Young Q with a small lead. Oh, but the queen on the flop delivers top pair to Dion. He's in great
flush
shape.
draw here. And there is the backdoor
Okay,
flush draw.
well, maybe you spoke it into existence, Matt. Let's see. It's a spade!
Oh,
Young Q!
Unbelievable.
The young phenomenon scores the first elimination, I believe, at this final table. We'll see. He might have been a little bit shorter than Dion. Yeah, that's correct. Dion left with 145,000, good for 3 blinds.
Wow, that's a tough one for Dion. He's played great this week, and he outflopped him, but he did go in with the worst hand. But
you hate to be in a huge all-in against somebody who's running really good that year. Like, you really didn't want to be in an all-in against Bin Wang last year, right? What chance did you possibly have? And Young Q feels like one of those guys where it's just his year, and you don't want to be in an all-in against this guy right now. This year, get me all in against Bin Wang, no problem. I got him. 2023, forget it. I'm already walking away from the table with 50% equity.
that was a tough one. Dion now down to 145, as you said. He's got one move.
Yeah, he's got one move, and he should probably take it with this hand. Being in the big blind, he's going to have almost all his chips in play. There's no real decision to make regardless of what his cards are. So it's just about who wants to put the remainder of his stack into play, and it looks like it's going to be Young Q, who finds 6s.
I owe you a spin up.
I owe you a spin up, he says. Jack it on, get the armor on to protect from a bad beat.
All in.
Dion,
King Jack.
Sure, you know, it's a fair fight.
He says he owes him a
But,
spin up.
you know, I don't know, Matt. Like I said, not the right guy to be all in against this year. I don't like Dion's chances going to this flop. I see that 47%, but I think he should be standing up with his jacket on, too.
I'm kind of surprised to hear you say that, Tony, because I believe in that, and I've always known you not to believe in this kind of stuff.
Guess I've just been in the game too long.
And king on the flop. Backdoor straight draw, though. Not this time. He does need one of the 2 remaining 6s to eliminate Dion. And it's a deuce.
Can't believe
King
my
all up.
eyes.
Yeah. Said he owed him a spin up, so he gave it to him.
Should have told me, then I slept for it. That's 6.
Dion will stick around. Has 6, maybe 7 blinds to work with now.
Just takes a couple more to be right back in this thing, though, Tony.
Tournament poker is crazy like that. It really doesn't take that many all-ins.
You ruled against me?
If I have to see him stand up.
You ruled against you twice. How crazy is that?
If I have to see him stand up for the next 2-3 hours.
So you're friendly,
But
no?
I got to learn. I got to learn I like him.
All right, Nick now with aces. Jack 4 goes away to Jack 4s. Dion now with 3s. Uh-oh.
Ooh, ay, ay. Yes, how many blinds? 6?
Right.
One of those spots where you know you're putting in with no fold equity. But you have a pair. Not like you can outlast anybody at the final table. I think even 4s is like a slam dunk, no doubter. And he folds. Wow.
Huh. I mean, just knowing that you're going up against 2 overcards is a minimum, right?
Right. You know, you're flipping at best.
Yeah.
Is what sucks about that. However, you're receiving a great price to take the flip. Pairs are hard to get, and it's not like you can reasonably outlast anybody by folding for a few hands more before you face the big blind. So that is a really close decision. I would never fold 4s, 2s, and 3s. I'm no expert at playing 6 big blinds, put it that way. It's a really awkward stack.
The minimum payout here for this final table, $71,000. First place, $346,850, which does include that $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship. And so a lot at stake here. Laddering here will get you another $22,000 as 5th place is $93,000.
Now I think Dion should go with it. On the button, a suited king like this is enough to commit your stack. He can even get this through sometimes. He actually has like 8 blinds. I'm not sure why he's going with this size. Maybe to leave himself room to fold if Nick jams and then Nick behind calls. Does get that one through though, so back around 10 blinds.
So you'd like to see a shove there?
Actually, I think what he did might be best. It's one of those little wrinkles of ICM that makes a lot of sense where, you know, if he commits 2/3 of his chips, he's basically put somebody to the same decision. But in the rare scenario that Eunice jams and Funero calls and has Eunice at risk, now Dion can fold and potentially move up 1 pay spot. And even though, yeah, he's folded 2/3 of his chips off, like just the opportunity to ladder up another 5 figures in payouts is worth it.
Raise 110,000.
Tyler said stop and go. What does that mean?
That's kind of an old school play where somebody would call in the big blind and then lead jam for the remainder of their small amount of chips. That was close to a stop and go, but stop and go was like button raises, you're in the big blind and have to call off like half your chips, you call, and then you just jam the flop. So you stop and then go.
Okay. Nick with Jack 9 suited. He has 85,000 to call on Young Q's raise to 110, decides not to.
Small blind play is quite awkward under ICM. For chips, Jack 9 suited is always getting involved. Under ICM and with Dion being short at 10 big blinds,
Very tight to see.
really close decision for Nick there out of the small with Jack 9 suited.
Timing was almost off.
Discipline fold then?
I think so.
I don't think you would have folded that one.
I mean, I need to know, I'm very sad, but I have to.
One of those spots I'd have to check to feel really confident.
I'm not
But you really want to avoid calling pre-flop out of the small blind under ICM pressure.
We do see the chip counts here with Dion with the short stack, 540, and our chip leader Eric Afriat with over 8 million in chips. 18 million in play here.
That was almost certainly a good fold with the Jack 9.
We're just about 1 hour into this final table. The blinds have not yet gone up. However, we haven't lost a player yet. And Joe here with ace 10 of clubs.
Yeah, one of those spots where obviously his hand is strong enough to raise, but I would like to see him limp.
Raise 175,000.
And does raise to 175. Eric now with queen, deuce of hearts, makes a quick call here.
Counterpoint is Joe is so deep that he can raise this hand and doesn't have any risk of Eric blowing him off of its equity. Even if Eric 3-bets, there's room to raise, call the 3-bet, and still proceed cautiously post-flop. So I don't want to act like, oh, you know, this raise out of the small blind, what a huge mistake. But it's one of those weird tournament scenarios where almost everything that you play out of the small blind is going to be a call, while Dion is quite short and Eric is the big chip leader.
Joe did bet 100,000, and that was enough to get Eric off the hand there.
You know what that means? I told you yesterday. It's a heater. That'd be lucky than good, you know.
We are watching chats out there, so if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, I think we're also on Twitch. Thank you for tuning in. This is the WPT Best Bet Jacksonville Championship event. 5,000 buy-in, first place again, 346,850, which includes that seat to the WPT Championship in December at Wynn. An event I'm looking very forward to. In addition to the championship event, we have a WPT Prime there, an 1,100 buy-in with a $5 million guarantee, an event that had over $10 million in prize money last year. You're playing in that one as well, yeah, Tony?
I would think so. I imagine I'll get a bullet in there. Certainly the World Champs I will play, and the free roll. Prime is likely, but first I want to get a sense of our schedule off the felt.
Yep.
Which we started to look at for World Champs coming up.
But if you're in the tournament, you get out of work there.
Which is true, yes. But every now and then we have something where they say, make sure that you're there. Don't skip this to play, you know, 1A of a tournament or something.
Right. All right.
Neither player finds much on Queen 3-3-8.
Jack 4. Small bet from Eric here will win this pot.
Going to 60,000 ante starting this hand. 30,000 small blind, 60,000.
All right, 30, 60,000.
We'll take our first break of the day at the end of this level. 60-minute level.
30, 60 with a 60 big blind ante. And we did change big blind ante this year from being ante first to big blind first. That was a decision we made at the Tournament Directors Association. I led the charge on that one just because I wanted consistency around the world. And if you have any ruling questions, you can always reach out to me at Savage Poker on X, formerly known as Twitter. And happy to answer.
You gotta start somewhere.
Is Club WPT available in California? Yes, it absolutely is. And we had a player from California, James Rivera, who won from Yuba City, came in and played this event. Had a bit of a bad run there.
Fireworks.
He told me his bust out hand. He had ace 10, and the flop came 10, 10, 9, and the other player had 9s.
That'll do it.
So Dion here now uses one of his time extension chips. As we said before, these players could have a maximum of 20 of those time extension chips. Each of those are worth 30 seconds. The players here at the final table have 30 seconds to act. Dion here contemplating with the 7 big blind stack with Queen Jack. What do you like here, Tony?
I think a call is going to perform best. I don't know that shoving makes very much sense when you're going to get called by a lot of medium aces that have you in bad shape, but you still want to call, give yourself a chance to flop top pair or a draw of some kind. You don't have much fold equity if you jam. This time around, it would work out great for Dion because he might get a fold from Eric, and even if Eric calls, he's got him dominated. But I just hope that Dion does not fold. That can't be what he's considering. I imagine his decision is between call and shove. And I think call is best. I would start shoving around King Jack. And Queen Jack, I just am worried that I get called by too many hands that are actually in front. You know, the ace X's and King 9, King 10s of the world. It's just kind of priced in. So I like his decision to call. And an unfortunate flop that's going to favor Eric and make it really difficult for Dion to continue. Honestly, Eric might just shove on him.
Bet
Nope,
100,000.
goes with 100,000.
And when you're down to 5.8 big blinds, 100K is a lot of your stack.
A lot of your stack, exactly.
Stella Davila asked if this is Tony Dunst. It is Tony Dunst and Matt Savage here.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Joe Parisi. Yes, this is not a Savage Average tournament, but yeah, we've had a few runs of it around the world. It's gone quite well. This is the final table, Stella. We are down to the final 6. Players earning at least 71,000 in first place. Again, 346,850, which includes that seat to the World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, where they can win millions more. Nick Folds, 22 years old, man. That's a long time ago for me.
Good age to be.
Playing great.
130,000.
Young Q opening up the King 4 offsuit on the button. Going after 2 of the shorter stacks in the blinds. Eunice has been quiet at this final table thus far. We saw him 3-bet Queen 6 offsuit in this situation earlier.
It's always interesting to me when some guy that's at the final table of 6, you just never really hear or say his name.
Yeah.
It's as if he's just
Otherwise,
sitting
he's just
back
been card
and
dead.
waiting. Yeah.
And we don't know what he had here. Looks like something on the cusp. Oh, 4-3 of clubs. I do think 4-3 of clubs is worth 1 big blind to see a flop there. I get it. He's second or third shortest right now, trying to let Dion's fate be determined before he puts himself too much at risk. So I understand that Nick Eunice would lean tight there and why he would prefer fold over call.
Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. I have some Chilean flags up there. They're obviously rooting for Nick Eunice, the all-time money leader in Chile.
Wow.
And Ronnie Bardaw jumping in there for Dion.
Okay. Always good to hear from Ronnie.
Raise
Eric now with
125,000.
ace deuce suited. Raises? Or just called, sorry.
I believe raised there, one and a
Did,
quarter.
okay, did. Okay, raised 125. As you see the chips on the table, the white chips are 100Ks, the yellow chips are 25K, and 5K on the gray. And Nick Funero does fold Queen 9. Players giving credit to Eric, who has that big stack. You kind of don't want to tangle with him. Now, how does the dynamic change here, knowing that Dion is so short?
Well, Dion is not desperately short. He has 10-ish big blinds. So the medium stacks are under some pressure to play even more conservative than usual, but that becomes magnified if he goes well under 10 big blinds, and it feels like he could be all in and at risk any moment. While he has 10, you still want to play more tight than usual, but as the saying goes, you can't stop playing poker.
Dion does fold his 8-6. Nick Eunice with King 5 on the button. Is that a tight fold there, Tony?
No. If Nick had the chip lead, I think he should open that hand, or even if he covered both players in the blinds. But instead, I think Nick Funero is close in chips, and Joe covers them, and so he should be opening tighter than usual. And folding that King 5 looks like a nice play to me. And here is Joe with that chip lead over Nick, blind versus blind, holding the ace-jack hand that I do think should mostly raise, if not always raise here after the limp.
Raise 210,000.
And he does raise to 210.
Nick's hand not good enough to continue there.
Does make the call. Got players watching from all over the world, Chile and Canada.
Appreciate the congrats, Daniel.
And a lot of locals here watching right here from Florida, Jacksonville, Florida, and Pensacola. Big college football area?
Big college football area. home of the SEC and the ACC, if you're talking about Florida State. Although I assume that's still their division. I can't keep track of it these days. They're changing it around so much.
Nick with ace-4 of hearts here in the cutoff. He is deciding to get involved here. Getting 30 and 60,000 on those blinds. Raise to 130. And now to Joe with pocket sixes.
Well, if Eric also had 20-something blinds behind Joe, I think his hand would play best as a shove. However, because Eric is a big stack behind him, and because 3-betting the call is a little bit awkward here, I think Joe should probably just call, and he does. Letting Eric in behind, not the end of the world. Eric has one of those hands that I don't really think he should overcall, maybe squeeze. He might be considering that. I was going to say, I don't love an overcall with King 2 offsuit, but if he squeezes, and he has the type of hand that is really interesting as a squeeze, is with the king, you block your opponents from having kings, an ace-king, but the deuce unblocks their raise-fold hands. Like, you don't want to do this with King 9, because Nick Eunice could have, you know, Jack 9 suited, 10 9 suited, Ace 9 offsuit. But the deuce unblocks all of those hands that could be raised folds. And so Eric, seizing on the opportunity, does squeeze the King 2-0. Back with Joe. Man. Not a very fun situation for him. If he were a little bit deeper, he could justify calling. At this stack depth, it's quite murky. Let's see what he wants to do. Ooh, nice play from Eric.
Now, a guy like Eric isn't studying, or is he?
I don't think so. It's not the impression I get talking poker with Eric.
Okay.
Just really nice hand selection and recognition of the spot that he's in, where when the medium stacks get involved and there's somebody short like Dion, Eric can get way out of line and put a ton of pressure on his opponents. So choosing a hand even as dicey as King 2 offsuit makes a lot of sense in Eric's shoes. And again, we talked about how he's a bit of a momentum player, and he hasn't really lost many meaningful pots at this final table. So if he sees a chance to keep fighting for pots and nothing's gone wrong yet, I think he's going to take it. Dion now on that short stack, moving in with the King 10 first act.
I think it's a raise. He's not all in, though. He has left 15,000 behind, and that's a new thing.
We talk about that.
Yes.
Leaving a little behind just in case.
And what's the just in case?
In case multiple players end up all in.
Okay. Does get that through, though.
How much do you have? 470. 470. Wow. On top of lucky guess.
And he does have 470,000. Just under 10 big blinds.
To go.
And now Nick Eunice, his first premium of this final table.
That ain't premium for me. I hate jacks.
Do you?
I do.
160,000.
King 2 offsuit's good enough for Eric Afriat. Matt needs queens plus.
Yes. Just anything but ace, jack, or jacks for me.
You know, one of the aces has been folded and one of the jacks has been folded. Eric, we'll call it pocket fives.
And how is he
Young Q.
running? Let's see.
Yeah, you know, Eric's running so good that you kind of expect to see the 5 at this point. Or, you know, he gets like an ace, king, whatever flop and ends up bluffing Nick out of his jacks. Feels like one of those days for Eric Afriat.
Who is in position here on the button. And the flop does come down. Can't quite see it yet. And a 6 straight and a deuce, so a straight draw.
I mean, great looking board for Nick Eunice. Not one that it's easy to get action on, and you do have to worry a little bit that Eric could have the small pairs of the world. But if I'm Nick on that stack size, I'm probably just trying to check raise the flop and get the money in by the turn. You know, we're not deep enough for me to consider pot control the priority.
He did check it, and Eric did bet 300,000.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's only $1 million deep. Like, I'd be considering just jamming here in Nick's shoes. I think I would. And if you've got a set, well, good for you. But it's really nice to deny the equity of stuff like ace-4 or ace-5 suited.
And there he does go all in.
Yeah, force these 7-outers to call it off. Here, Eric actually has a 6-outer. And this is going to be close. I mean, this is going to be really, really close in terms of the price. Yeah, he does make the call. And so, beautifully played hand by Nick Eunice. Although Eric, quite live, any 5, any 4, will give him this pot. Let's see how much of Eric's day it is. Jack on the turn will limit the outs to just a 4. And it is a deuce, and so Jack's full for Nick Eunice. Delivers the first real dent in Eric Afriat's stack. He takes over $1 million off of our chip leader.
How much did you hate the
1,095,000.
You gotta count. We gotta count and then as soon as you got the counting.
Nice double up there for Nick Eunice. The pride of Chile.
Pride of Chile. Here we see our updated chip counts. We don't even put big blinds for Eric Afriat, just percentage of chips in play. Nick Eunice now all the way up to 44 blinds, good for third in chips. And in great position to ladder here with Dion being so short. All right. Action back with Joe. Nope. And Eric has the jacks this time. He limps. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that makes analyzing Eric's play so difficult. He limps in, perhaps to entice Dion to get involved in this pot. And that could work out here as Dion is completely dominated with Jack 10. He'll call. I imagine Nick Eunice will check. And if we get a 10 on this board, Eric's plan is going to work to perfection.
Check. Three players.
Queen 8-4. So gut shot now for Dion, and 9. And he is just going to shove here. Eric, I imagine, will take him up on that. And so Dion in really bad shape. A 9 and only a 9 will save him here. Otherwise, he is our 6th place finisher. Eric's limp. Keeping him one step ahead of the competition, working out really nice so far. 7 on the turn, no help. Just the 9 going to the river. And it's an ace. We will lose Dion Giroux from Orlando in 6th position. He's taking home $71,000 for his efforts this week. Played a nice final table on this short stack. Took the spots that were there, but eventually ran into the buzzsaw that is Eric Afriat.
Eric now at 8 million in chips. Still 44%. Nice week for Dion.
30, 60, 60, please. It's going to be a dead button this hand.
You're making up for all of us here with your outfit, so you gotta stay sharp, you know?
60 to go, Joe.
down to the final 5. Next player out, receiving $93,000.
Fold 2.
Eric, right back to work with King Queen.
130. Raise 130,000. C3.
And Young Q, one of those hands that could be split between calls and 3 bets.
Call.
I like his decision to call. He's basically on the button here, even though it reads as cutoff. So most of the suited aces are going to be played as calls in position. Out of the small blind, you'd see a very 3-bet heavy strategy.
Like you said, your price in was true. I know.
I also think Young Q has the type of ace that can be dominating an ace from Eric. I think he'd be more apt to 3-bet one of the lower suited aces. Ace 6, ace 3.
And I call.
Nick
130.
sharing hearts with Young Q. We'll call Eric with the queen of hearts. So not many available to these players go into the flop.
3 players.
It's an 8-high board though. Young Q getting about as good a flop he can ask for. Not much here for Nick.
250,000.
Eric with the king of diamonds elects to bet here. I like this bet from Eric. You know, holding the king of diamonds, quite a key card. His opponent's not that likely to call with too many 8s in their hands, particularly Young Q. Yes, he can have the 8-7 suiteds and ace-8 suiteds of the world, but there's not that many 8-high hands that Young Q gets the flop with.
650,000.
He goes with a raise on the flop.
Fold 8.
Nick folds here, and Eric now back has 400,000 to call.
Yeah,
here.
Young Q saying, look, my hand's good enough. Eric is c-betting very wide. There's not that many turn cards that make me feel good. If you want to bet 3-bet and get it all in here, that's fine. Otherwise, if you call the flop, I can move it in on most turns and feel good about my hand.
10 seconds.
I mean, I don't think Eric has the right hand to continue with. But he surprised me a few times. He lets it go.
Eric now under 8 million in chips.
Young Q's going to let him see 1. And it was the 8.
You're on the screen. See, you're on the screen. In 39 minutes.
Good raise from Young Q there.
Something like that.
60.
Tony, did you get out and do anything while you were here?
I played tennis on 1B on the off day, and I went to dinner with like 8 of the guys who bagged up on 1A, including Young Q.
Raise 120,000.
Awesome. Yeah, it's
Fold 4.
weather's been beautiful all week.
Really
75
nice.
degrees.
Did you go golfing or anything like
I
that?
did not.
Yeah.
Didn't get out. Got out and had dinner last night. Watched my Cowboys lose.
I know. I won $100 doing that.
The Jaguars were out of town, and,
Yeah.
and lucky for
Ugh.
them as they got blown out.
Even worse.
52-6 by the Detroit Lions.
An all-time ass kicking.
A lot
Yeah,
of
the-
Jags fans around here, but a lot of unhappy Jags fans.
Especially because it wasn't very long ago that the Jaguars looked quite promising. You know, this time last year, the Jaguars were 8-3 with the #1 seed in the AFC, and they did not even make the playoffs. Since then, they've won, I want to say, 3 football games?
Yeah, not good.
Not good. Folds around to Nick on the button. Both out. Joe with the 9-8 suited in the small blind. This is the kind of hand I'd like to see him do. I'd like to see him play just as a limp. And he does. Eric with Jack 10 in the big blind. You know, could raise, could check. He likes to check. Queen 8-3. All spades. Joe with the pair, Eric with the gut shot, and 2 overcards to that 8. Neither player with a spade. King of diamonds on the turn will deliver an open ender to Mr. Afriat. One more check from Joe. Not much reason to bet. I wouldn't mind a bet from Eric there. That was a rather automatic check behind.
here on the river, and check, check. And the 8s will win the pot here.
Yeah.
For Joe.
Now, nobody a clear short stack anymore. Nobody in the 10 big blind territory, 5-handed.
Beautiful spot. Oh, I get it. No,
There we see Nick Funero, our short stack, with almost 30 blinds, so a lot of playability left at this final table.
No golf this trip. Nick is a quite accomplished golfer, I'm told.
Which one? Eunice?
No, Funero.
Okay.
Nick and his brother Frank are apparently very good golfers. They have one of the most famous golf courses in the world here, TPC. Guy Caudill says we'll play it next time. Are you familiar with the golf course?
No, I can't say I am.
Island Green, does that ring a bell?
No. Yeah, I just don't know very much about golf. Yeah, it's true. I don't follow the sport.
I guess if you told me anything about a tennis racket, I wouldn't understand it either.
Yeah. 120. Young Q, with a hand that will certainly see a flop. Now, if they were more shallow, Queen 9 suited is the kind of hand that from the big blind will reshove as a bluff under ICM. Queen 9 suited, Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, that territory of hands. But since these guys are nearly 40 blinds deep, I think just taking a flop will perform best for Young Q. He agrees, and we get an ace 8-4 flop. The 10s of Nick still in the lead. I imagine we'll see a small bet from Nick here.
105,000.
Yeah, he goes 105. Probably go even smaller where he inclined. And Young Q will not get cute with his backdoor draws. Easy one for Eunice.
Yunku with another pot there.
No, he folded that one. He
Oh.
folded that one. Nick Eunice took it down with the 10s.
Oh, did he? Yunku's still stacking his chip stack from the previous pot. Thank you from the fantastic Fox for that little advice. Yunku is from Cannes, Washington. Not Cannes, France. Maybe it's Canes, I'm not sure. Know Washington pretty well. I've never heard of Canes.
I think I'd rather be in Cannes, France.
Probably true.
Yeah.
Run a couple tournaments there in my day. Surprised you never made it out for those ones, Tony. They were big.
No, I final tabled that one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Really?
It was 1K buy-in that year.
Okay.
1K euro, yeah. It was, I don't know, 8 years ago or something. But
All right.
the only time I ever went, I ran good. Didn't even play very good, just ran good. What did I get, third, second, something like that.
That's what a professional could do.
Yeah.
Can say when they're playing bad. It does happen. King at 7-3 on the flop.
Yeah,
here.
I remember I got it in real bad on the bubble and 3-outed a guy for a lot of chips, and that propelled me.
Yuki wins the spot, top pair.
Maybe better than mine.
Joe, what did you say? You liked this guy a lot better yesterday?
Yeah, when he had no time chips.
How many times do you have now?
5, man. I'm
Yeah,
saving
balling.
I'm saving them like they're...
So after he uses his time shifts, you like him again?
Yeah.
Nick Eunice was using those time chips pretty readily yesterday. Today, he does have the full amount. Now, the players get 5 time chips after level 16 on day 2. They also get 5 on day 3, 5 at 24, and a 5 additional at the final table. So they can have up to 20. And Joe here now raises to 130 with Queen Jack offsuit. Eric's making the call here with 7-5 offsuit.
Yeah, so this is what makes Eric so hard to analyze as a poker player. I mean, clearly 7-5 offsuit, not an advisable call. And yet Eric's results on the World Poker Tour would tell you that whatever he's doing is working. He's crushing this final table. He has one of the best resumes in WPT history. And yet calling raises with 7-5 offsuit, I mean, it's just not good. I don't know how to sugarcoat that one, you know?
Yunku does raise now to 220 with that ace-10, and Joe's going to get off that hand. 7-5. Going to make the call here.
Okay, man. Okay, man. That's, I mean, who knows? Flop could very much fall Eric's way. Not this time around. Good flop for young Q to represent.
All right. King Jack 9 on the flop. There are 2 hearts. Eric does have the 5 of hearts. And Eric's going to think better of it.
Yeah.
And probably wonder why he gave up 300,000.
Now, nice hand selection from UQ. You know, the ace-10, an ideal hand to use as a 3-bet bluff. Doesn't perform really well as an overcall, especially under ICM. And recognizing that Eric is splashing around and playing too loose pre-flop, you know, makes the 3-bet. I do think his sizing should be a bit bigger there. I don't know what the small sizing that he chose really accomplishes, especially when we have like a hand like ace-10 that prefers not to be called pre-flop. But good recognition of how Eric is playing right now, which, yeah, is quite loose.
Yuku now with 4s.
And I have to retire.
Yes, with King 5 of spades. Now, this is a hand we've talked about before as being a playable hand.
Yeah,
right,
I'd like to see Nick Eunice find a way to get involved here. I think his hand should mix calling and 3-betting, in that these lower suited kings sort of lean towards 3-bets under ICM. But not everyone plays these situations the same. You know, there's merit to almost every option here. Calling, 3-betting, folding. But Nick does find the 3-bet. I really like it. Unfortunately for him, Joe wakes up with ace-king behind. And given these guys stacks, jamming or 4-betting, both viable.
4 bets to 900,000.
Yeah.
Nice little pot there for Joe.
I was just going to
Performance from Nick Eunice with the King 5 suited. I can appreciate that. Not wasting time pretending that he has a decision that we both know is not really there. I like his hand selection for the light 3-bet. Joe opts to make the 4-bet to 900,000. You know, that's a viable play along with shoving. A little bit deeper, and I don't know that shoving is really the go-to play, but yeah, cold 4-betting at final tables. Tough spots.
Bit of advice from some of the locals to not talk about the Jags anymore.
Yeah, that's not a happy subject right now in northern Florida.
Northern Florida, but this is considered the South. This is one part of the thing that I do not understand about the South versus the North, because Miami is not in the South.
No.
But Jacksonville is in the South.
Definitely. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It does.
Culturally, it's the South, whereas Miami is, of course, much more cosmopolitan.
So what are you saying the South means?
The South is not as cosmopolitan, I would say. It's like, you know, like Miami is like a place where people from all different cultures all the time. It's like it's such a big blend. I think in the South you're going to see more hegemony, right? You're just going to see more people from similar backgrounds. You're not going to have the same level of cultural diversity.
Interesting.
Yeah. What's that? Hegemony, yeah.
All right.
Right? Isn't that the right word?
We need
I might need to
definition of
Google
hegemony.
it. I might have used the wrong word.
Somebody that lives in the South has questioned Tony on his word hegemony. Stella says Miami is down south, but not in the South.
No, I used the wrong word.
Okay.
What's the word I'm thinking of? I don't know.
Nick Eunice is raised to 120 with Queen Jack. Flop is a Jack, 9 and 6. So Nick Eunice has flop. Top pair 6 is a pair for Yun Koo. And he does check it.
Homogeneous, that's the one I was thinking of. There it is. Oh, somebody got it. Trey got it. Homogeneous, not hegemony. Thank you, Trey. Yeah, the South is going to be more culturally homogeneous. Miami, much more diverse. There you go.
Okay. Thanks for the help there, Trey. Ken Cooley says, it's a perfect assessment of the South in Jacksonville.
Yeah, I mean, the South ranges all the way up to actually, like, Louisville, Kentucky, I would say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think the people are nicer in the South.
Oh, yeah. Very, very nice culture.
Yeah. 10 on the river here. Nick does get the check mark here. Yun Koo does have a pair of 6s. He's got the face covered up, does check it. Is this a value bet here, Tony? What is it?
At a final table, I don't know. This would be the third barrel, correct?
Yes.
Was there only one? We got so deep into hegemony versus homogeneous, I missed whether this is a 2-barrel or 3-barrel pot. If it would be a third bet, I don't think Nick should make it.
Okay.
If it would be a second bet, I think his hand is worth that much. Yeah, and judging from the pot size, I think only one street of betting has gone in, and I think betting this river is the best play available to Nick. I don't think Yun Koo has a calling hand you could consider raising.
Bluff catcher.
I'm going to say, you know, you block the set of 6s, you block an 8-7, you block a queen 8. I think you'd rather have a king or a queen in your hand to make this type of play. Blocking king queen is going to be really crucial. I think that's what Yun Koo was considering there. He's like, I don't have the craziest hand ever to check raise bluff. And I think he would have gotten away with this one, which you prefer to have the king or the queen in your hand to make that kind of play. Something like a king 9 or a queen 9 to block your opponent from having the nuts or having an overpair that would potentially call off.
Can you tell if a player is studied or not?
Sometimes they will do things to give away the fact that they are unstudied, but oftentimes you can't be as sure, right? Like Eric calling a raise with 7-5 offsuit and then calling a 3-bet, that's a very unstudied play. I mean, there's just no polite way to say it, but it's just a bad play, you know, and somebody who's really trying to nail the pre-flop ranges for what you're supposed to play if you study solvers and the ranges that they generate would never play those kind of hands. But Eric's unorthodox style, as we've seen over the years, has paid great dividends.
Eric did raise here with queen 3 of diamonds to 130.
And Nick should see a flop with his suited king out of the big blind. And neither player finding much on ace-9-3. If Eric bets really small, Nick could peel. He's got king high. He's got a pair of backdoor draws. Eric elects to... Oh, excuse me. Eric has bottom pair. I missed that part. And he gets turned by Nick. One more check from Eric. And a 7 on the river. And now I think if you're Nick, it's time to block and get some value. I mean, you can't bet too big here when the deuce is your kicker, but I think your hand's good enough that you need to be the one putting in chips. You know, maybe somewhere around 75 to 100 and a quarter, somewhere in that range.
$60,000.
He bets even smaller. He goes 60,000. really small block bet here, and that will get paid off by Eric. You know, who says, for one big blind, I'll make you show me a pair.
I gave you the free chips.
So these players just trading jabs for the moment. We saw some haymakers earlier on, but slowed down a little bit since we lost one player. Nick with the ace-5 offsuit.
Just 30,000 to call, and does make the call with the 8-5, and a check with a 9-3 from Nick Eunice, or Nick Funero. So Nick versus Nick here. I think this is our first Nick battle. Flop does come an 8, a 5, and a queen. One club on that board. Eunice has flopped middle pair.
Anthony said these haymakers is better than the Tyson fight. Yeah, Tyson did not get a lot of weight behind his punches. Nick here would love to go multiple rounds with his flop 2 pair, but I don't know if Nick Funero with the 9-3 of clubs will get too involved. I mean, he does have some backdoor draws that he can work with here. This is just blind versus blind, so ranges are wide.
180 raise.
And he's going to turn his hand into a bluff, make it 180. So Nick Eunice loves the sound of that.
With 2 pair, excuse me, 8-5.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that call. I was a little worried Nick Eunice would 3-bet here, but that would look so strong on this flop. Could potentially drive away a queen that Nick Funero was raising for value. I really like the call from Eunice. Ace on the turn does not improve Funero's hand, and so he can only win this pot by bluffing now. Eunice, though, on this ace turn, thinking about a lead, not a fan of this play. He had his opponent doing the betting for him, and now he's going to deprive Nick Funero the opportunity to keep bluffing unless Funero really gets out of line with 9 high, no pair, no draw, no nothing. I'm not quite sure why Eunice decided to lead this turn. I wouldn't mind asking him. Look at this. This is going to work out beautifully. Funero raises once again. And Nick Eunice apparently played this hand perfectly. He really seems to note his man. This small lead on the turn has induced Funero into raising with no chance to win the hand.
Any fear on the part of Nick?
Which
Eunice?
one? Eunice? I don't think so. I think this is just amazing. Yeah, this is just exactly what you're hoping for. If Funero somehow has you beat, then so be it. I mean, at the point you get raised on the turn, part of you is like, what the hell? This guy has a better hand than me? Like, how? Funero now in a position where most of his stack is in the middle. Whew. He's gotten to this river with 9 high.
Scare card for Eunice? That king?
Wow. Ooh, wow, what a crazy hand. I mean, what a difficult spot for Eunice. Yeah, he's wondering, do we have the same hand?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he says maybe we have the same hand. I mean, this was a limped pot, so I can't really see Funero having ace-queen, ace-king very often. He's not going to check behind those hands very often. I don't know why he would raise the flop with ace-8 or ace-5.
Any chance he puts him on, like, king-queen? Something like that?
That's not the craziest thing in the world, but I don't know why you would raise the turn when you have king-queen.
Right.
There's not very much makes sense. One small fear you might have is Nick Eunice, as your opponent has jack-10, and has decided to raise the flop with a gut shot, and then on the turn with the open-ender decided to raise that as well. Really awkward situation for Eunice, but just, you know, super tough to come up with bluffs and super tough to come up with value for Funero. I mean, one bluff you could potentially see is like 7-6 or 9-7. I would have trouble just putting my opponent on an absolute air ball. 9-3 of clubs. Like, I would never be able to guess that a guy made this play. I completely understand why Eunice is so stumped here. It's just like, how are you bluffing, but how do you have a better hand? What the hell is going on here? It's just, well, maybe you have queen 8. Like, that's what he must be wondering. Like, somehow you have got a superior 2-pair to me that you flopped.
He's getting all his time chips in there, running short on him, and Nick uses them.
Yeah, did you raise bottom pair and then turn 2-pair with like ace-5? But how are you bluffing? You have, what, 7-6? And you've just decided to hurricane it here against me?
He's not,
epic hand.
He's not priced in, huh?
He does make the call, and that is going to be it for Nick Funero. A truly heroic bluff on all 3 streets, but one where he had no equity as of the turn, and he has bluffed off his stack at the final table. Excellent call from Nick Eunice. The man from Chile wins a huge pot and brings this final table down to 4.
Nick Funero does take home $93,000 for his effort this week. He'll be back, as we can see. Quite a great player for 22 years old. Congratulations on the good run this week, Nick.
Gutsy hand from Nick Funero.
Kings, like everything went in. Like if you had a good shot, straight draw, if the straight went in.
Now, the average person, or the player that's inexperienced like me would call that a punt.
You could argue that it's a punt. I mean, you have no pair, no equity. You're at a final table with a medium stack. You don't really need to do that kind of thing. Generally, your bluffs, especially multiple street bluffs, should have some equity so you have ways to win the hand. So I'm not necessarily a fan of the way Funero chose to play his hand, but I admire the guts it took to play it that way, how much pressure he put on Nick Eunice. We saw Nick Eunice, basically flopped, not the nuts, but flopped a huge hand. He thought he was trying to trap his opponent, and by the end, Funero had told him such a convincing story that he was miserable calling off with his strong hand. But I think Eunice correctly realized that there's just not much value that makes sense for Funero to have. And when you try and run a huge bluff and there's not much value for you to have, you're going to end up getting called more than you would like.
No small bluffs.
Well, Joe here with 4-3, bottom pair, 3 to a straight, facing the bet of 80,000 from Yun Q. Yun Q's hand, pretty nice with the ace-jack of clubs, a collection of backdoor draws and an ace-high that is sometimes good. Ooh, I like this raise from Joe. With exactly the kind of bottom pair hand that should play as a check raise some of the time. And your hand generates folds and benefits from that immediately, but sometimes you turn 2-pair trips that's very disguised. Sometimes you turn an open-ender. But Yun Q decides to 3-bet here. Wow. With the ace jack of clubs. Yoon Kyu has a very clicky style, I would say. Like, he makes the third bet in a lot of spots where other players would call or fold. He prefers to make that third bet. I think this is quite a reasonable hand to make this kind of play with. Same idea where going forward, he can hit pairs that are happy to show down. He can hit draws that continue to apply pressure. He can win immediately there up against something like a 4-3. So the 3-bet on the flop works out really well from Yoon Kyu. I also like that check raise from Joe, so just a beautiful hand for both players. And Nick Eunice is taking a breather after that big call on the river. You could tell he was agonizing in the moment. What the heck do you have to play your hand like this? Breathing a sigh of relief that he did catch Funero bluffing.
Players now at least earning 123,000. Nice 30,000 pay jump with the elimination of Funero, and again, just about 350,000 up top.
Funero, excuse me, not Funero, Eunice with the hand that should mix calls and 3-bets here, I think does want to lean 3-bet a little bit. He does kick it up to 300,000.
Maybe this time you have it.
Yoon Kyu doesn't want to continue with ace-6 offsuit.
My turn.
I just let you order your food.
That's it.
Gave you a little break.
All right, some fireworks.
Eunice folds. The Queen 5. Joe J with Jack Deuce will fold. Eric now with ace 4 in the small blind. Makes the call, and Yoon Kyu with king 10 will put in a raise to 210. I have a feeling we're going to see some battles out of these two.
Yeah, I don't think either of them is playing passive at this stage of the final table. Both of them willing to go to war. Having limped in, Eric's hand I think is too good to just call and then fold. I don't understand that one. You know, if he had raised and Yoon Kyu 3-bet, I would say he should be folding. But when he limps in, ace 4 is like a extremely clear call. And yeah, this is why, again, I can find Eric so hard to analyze. You know, calling opens with 7-5 offsuit, but limp folding ace 4 offsuit, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Joe folds. The Jack 4 suited. Eric out with king 3. Yoon Kyu with 6-4 offsuit. Does limp there. And Eunice with Jack 8. He checks. And flop is out. You can see paint from here. But it is a queen 6 deuce. Queen 6 deuce. Yoon Kyu has flopped middle pair.
I figure after so many you probably did, but I can see where you maybe every time you do. Oh, that's it. That'll help. Yeah, it's
No. Sixes and queens for Yoon Kyu at the moment. Does Nick Eunice want to fight for this pot?
I'm sure you got some amazing stories.
Yes, he will.
This
Looks like a bet of 200. And Yun Q with his 6. Not likely to give up here. He will call. All right, we go to a river. Nick looking for a jack or an 8. 5, no help. Puts a spade up there, but overall a card I think Yun Q finds favorable.
He checks it.
I don't think that Nick really has a great hand to bluff with. I prefer a spade in his hand to make that play, and something with maybe even less showdown value than Jack 8. You just don't want to end up bluffing. I mean, you don't have much showdown value with your Jack 8, but you don't want to bluff every single hand that's nothing on that river, and you have a lot of nothing. So you might as well choose amongst the worst hands.
He did check it back, and Yun Q does take that pot.
Can you tell Jesse to get a lint roller at the break?
Oh, I need one too.
Yeah, this might be from you.
You guys have them?
Yeah, they
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we're gonna clean everything
I
up.
bought this scarf and I'm like a mess.
Apparently the scarf accumulating length.
Paul. Best poker player in the world.
I like this card.
Huh? No, the scarf is fine, but it's
Oh,
the mess that it made.
Yeah. He looks good enough for the rest of us.
Fold, fold.
You got 2 folds there. Eunice now with Jack 8. Same hand he just had previously.
And if he's stacked up, I expect to see a lot of limping in the small blind. Everyone now deep enough that you don't really want to bloat pots out of position in the small blind. Joe with a hand that could mix raises and checks.
Raise.
Goes with the raise this time. Up to 210. And Nick with one of those ends that's right on the cusp of seeing a flop, but I think he prefers to go to 1. No, Nick will let that one go. Close decision there.
No problem at all.
I'm not understanding the Despicable Me Gru thing. I'm not getting it.
Despicable Me, one of the characters in there sort of dressed like Nick is today. Gru, the main character voiced by Steve Carell. Sort of looked and sort of dressed like Nick does today, particularly with the scarf.
It looks like they'll be eliminating the 5K chips, something we do in the structure, and we'll go to 50 and 75 blinds in the next level. Looks like they're buying them up now, so it looks like we might be having a short break very soon.
Okay, Yun Q with the ace-king of clubs.
Nick Eunice.
Is there a way we can spread up?
No, because of the seats.
Can we stay closer?
Jack.
Is there a way we can put it
7
in?
Closer.
No, I understand, but we have to keep you on the seat assignments until heads up.
Well, Joe in the small blind.
Tight for nothing.
Can't play, neither will Eric. Easy one for Yun Q.
And that is the last hand as we'll do this change here.
Could we at least push it
The
down?
5Ks are coming out of play. This is Matt Savage and Tony Dunce from Best Bet Jacksonville. We'll be right back after a short break.
Don't knock it over.
Apparently they are continuing here.
60,000 to go.
Okay. So Arlie was out there just getting the jump on this color change.
Joe with the king-queen on the button.
Raise 130,000.
Makes it 130.
Immediately called from Eric. Yeah, a little bit of a timing tell from Eric there. When he does things that way, it sort of says, I'm never considering 3-betting at all. I just have a hand that's clearly of the calling caliber. I'm going to snap call it.
Okay.
And so that'll give you a little hint about the neighborhood of hand that Eric has here.
10-6-5 on the flop.
125,000.
125 is the bet.
And really, I think Eric has a hand that should be 3-betting some of the time pre-flop. Just snap calling there. Not advisable. He should definitely look to get involved in the hand. But I don't think his is one that's an automatic call. He should probably be pretty split there between calling and 3-betting.
All right, so we see what Gru looks like. I get it, with the scarf, I get it.
Right, and he's in black.
I wonder if that's on purpose.
Could be.
When he was in that deep tank, people were saying to consult the minions.
Raise
I like it.
150,000.
All right, Afriat now with 10-9 suited.
Young Q again with the suited king here. That from the small blind, he's going to just fold. If he were in position on the button, he would always get involved. I'm not sure exactly what he's supposed to do four-handed there with king 6 suited. It seems awful close to me. I think he should maybe look to see a flop there. You do need to be really careful out of the small blind, though, under ICM. That is just not the position we get to play many hands from.
Raise 160.
Eric with the raise to 160.
Now, as Vince likes to say, show tunes going off in Young Q's head. Ace is right behind, up against the chip leader, and somebody who's been very splashy so far.
420.
It's going
You like the raise here?
Yeah, I do like the raise. Making it this kind of like small, cute size that we've seen him do before with hands that were bluffing, like Ace-10. So I like that there's a consistency. Eric, of course, should not continue. But we've seen him call these small 3-bets before, and Eric takes poker a little more personal. And I think with Young Koo attacking him so much in position, that's why we may see this 4-bet out of Eric. I mean, not the craziest hand to make this play with. I think it's too wide. And I think Young Koo should just call. Now, you just take now you just take the flop that Eric is bloating for you. He's out of position. You know, you're only going to have like 1.5 times pot left to play behind. I would really prefer Young Koo to call here than shove.
Now he's taking a time extension chip.
Yeah, doing a little acting job here. I mean, maybe he's genuinely considering shoving or calling. But I think shoving is something you would do with queens and kings here, and aces you call. So you have some other hands like ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited, that would just call the 4-bet and proceed. You're getting a great price, too, with some of those hands that are still drawing going to the flop.
Could he be trying to make it look like just a crying call here?
I'm not yeah, he's going to click. You know, he loves the clicks. He loves the clicks. I don't know if Eric's going to really click it back at him. I think, you know, look, I could be wrong. Young Q played his way to the final table. He's having an awesome year. But if I'm in his shoes, I am stoked at the opportunity to just call Eric's frustration coming out here. But yeah, I think Young Q... Look, if Eric blasts it off as a 6-bet, I'm going to have to eat my words, but I think that you likely get a bunch of chips from Eric just by calling in position. And yeah, look at the frustration on Eric's face.
He's saying he didn't get a full 30 seconds there.
Right.
I called this action, and I thought I hit the 30 seconds when he announced 1.47.
It's because Eric was saying he wasn't able to tell what he had behind. But I think that...
And of course, Eric has an abundantly clear fold.
So now
You
he's
know.
had a full minute and a half.
Right. You don't need
Make
90
his-
seconds to find the fold to a 5-bet with King 8 offsuit. This is just, I think, the frustration of Eric having a moment to vent, losing this pot and not having the final table go as well as it did early.
Time extension.
I can't think that buzzer is helping Eric's
concentration
right
But
now.
it's been some time now. He's had about a full 2 minutes and only used one time extension. I'd like to see, as a tournament director, I'd like to see the floor come in there and say, you had 30 seconds, since the dealer clearly did the right thing.
Now he's discussing whether this bet is even legal as a size. Not quite sure why he wants to increase the price.
Explain the betting action. It went from what to what?
It was
Was 60.
Well, everyone gets their calculators out for a moment.
Came
I
what?
went to 160.
160.
And debates what the legal raise size is.
160 to 420.
900. So
Minimum is
420 to
1.3.
900.
Yeah.
That's a 480 raise, so it's clean.
It's clean.
It's clean.
So now Eric is, I don't know if this is a tactic by Eric to get even more time to create more table talk.
I genuinely just think it's annoyance. I think he's just really annoyed at the situation.
He does let it go. And with that big pot, young Q now over 4 million and Eric just under 6.
Yeah.
And as you see here, he'll have 15 minutes to think about that, Tony.
Will.
As we will we, and we'll be right back.
it takes.
Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville, where 4 players remain in contention for the Best Bet Scramble Championship title and the nearly $350,000 that comes with it, including a seat to the $10,400 WPT World Champs coming up in December at Wynn Las Vegas. One of these 4, a certainty to be there, which it will be unclear at this point. Eric was the runaway leader early on, but he's had some setbacks. Maybe dodged a bullet against Yun Q there. Eric making the 4-bet with the King-8 offsuit. Yun Q choosing to 5-bet pocket aces instead of calling in position. He wins the hand, but perhaps a lost opportunity, Matt Savage.
Absolutely. And as we went to break, we saw that hand, and maybe a little frustration in there, that hand for Eric.
Yeah, and as we can see, his stack has evened out with the field. He's at 74 blinds to their 50 each, essentially.
Did you have?
Q just giving Nick a walk there, everybody, with pretty junky hands.
Yeah, I think it's just,
It was a big one.
I'm gonna stop wearing the scarf after this.
Nick, from now on, don't buy anything with wool.
Yeah.
Buy silk or satin.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Eric, the haberdasher of the poker world, giving Nick some advice on fabrics, fabric selection.
Bad combo.
It doesn't show.
No?
You better see it.
80 to go.
Friat here with the suited king.
Raise 160,000.
We're playing 40, 80
Fold.
with a big blind ante of 80. So Eric going up to the minimum at 160. Nick Eunice with the potentially playable 10-4 clubs, but no. Doesn't want to see a flop with that one. Oh, excuse me, he had the small blind, not the big blind. It's Joe in the big blind. We talked earlier about Joe not overcalling Jack-8 in the big blind, but I think heads up against Eric. His hand is worth seeing the flop here. So he makes the call. We go to the flop. And on Queen 9-6, Eric with just king high up against a gut shot for Joe.
125.
Eric bets small. I think this is a texture where when Eric bets, he should probably polarize a little more between betting hands that can stand up to some action and betting hands that want to generate immediate folds, and betting a larger sizing, checking back more often. This is such a wet texture that the 125, not going to get too many folds. Joe elects to turn his hand into a bluff. I like this play some of the time, Matt. And it's going to work really well this time because Eric with king high can't continue. So the check raise with the gut shot from Joe will win that pot.
Now, if you're involved in a hand there like Eric was, are you happy that there's a break so you can kind of reset?
Yes.
Okay.
Having 10 to 15 minutes to take a mental reset can be really helpful when you lose big pots and need to kind of clear your mind and let yourself reset back to your
80,000.
more normal mental state. Eric in particular, we've known, can be a fiery player when things go wrong for him at final table. So I think, based on the frustration we saw from him in that moment, having 10 minutes to walk it off could be really beneficial.
160. Raise 160,000. Fold. And call.
Eric with the ace-4 here.
Great.
Again, with a hand that should consider 3-betting a little of the time. Big blind versus button, but usually just call. Neither player with much on king 10 deuce.
We're playing 50 and 75.
No, 40-80. 40-80. Unless my eyes deceive me in the right corner.
Ah. You are correct.
Nick Eunice First to act here with the ace-8.
Got the wrong switch them up.
80,000. Oh, 80, saying 80. Nice try though. See if
You
you make
raise
the 35 back.
180,000.
Get the extra chips. How much?
180,000.
Nobody with anything behind him, though. So an easy one for Nick there. Well, Matt, we've been coming to Jacksonville since, I want to say, back in 2010, 2011?
Yeah,
back
this
then?
is, I believe, the 13th time we've been to Jacksonville in our 22 seasons on the World Poker Tour.
Very consistent partner, Best Bet. I made my first WPT final table here at Best Bet.
Oh, wow.
Around, it would have been around 2010, 2011, right in that era.
Who won that
Would have
one?
been 2011. It was won by a very intoxicated Sean Kunix, who was living it up. He got held up with Caldo. The both of them were getting into it. Darren Elias was there, as you imagine. Why wouldn't he be? And Will the Thrill Fiella was there.
Wow.
Most notably, he and I got involved in a hand where he failed to recognize that he turned 2-pair, and when I announced my hand on the river, he mucked the winning hand. It came something like King Queen 7. He had called me with 7-6. I had pocket 10s. I bet small on the flop. He called. Turn was the 6 to give him 2-pair. Check, check, river brick. He checks. I check behind and say 10s. He says, "You got me, Tone," and just mucks 7-6 for the 2-pair. And that ended up costing him Player of the Year. If he had laddered up one more spot in that tournament, he would have won Player of the Year. Instead, Joe Surrock won it. And to me, mucking the winning hand is what cost him it, because that pot was pretty, meaningful. There was like 6-7 blinds in it at a final table. He would have been able to ladder one more position, but instead he busted.
And did he ever realize it until he saw it, or?
I told him down the line, "You better believe I was going to turn that knife." And look at this, quite a pot developing here. The top pair of Nick Eunice, King Queen, gets an unfortunate turn card against Eric. Good value bet on the river here despite the spade, and a tough decision for Nick Eunice.
900,000.
And he just snap calls it. And we'll be disgusted to see that Eric, with 3 on the turn, has captured a huge pot, 3.5 million in the middle there.
And Eric right back up to 7.15.
Ooh.
This is my kids at home. They don't ask. They don't stop.
Nick Eunice. Looks like he could use a walk now. Painful turn card to know that you were way ahead like that, and on most runouts you're winning a nice punt, and instead you lose a really big one. He could perhaps consider folding the river and just calling more often when he has a king with a spade kicker. But I don't know, Eric's been kind of loose at this final table. I'm not sure you can make big folds to him if he's going to get to the flop with a really wide range of hands, so I understand why Nick was so quick to call that river. Not a fun position to be in.
It's wild to think about 13 times we've been here. That was that many years ago when we were at that final table. I remember Sean Kunix.
I think it was 2011.
Yeah. It might have been the first time we were here. No, maybe not.
First or second?
First or second, yeah.
I think it might have been the second, because I remember doing the commentary for the first one, and a guy who was a dentist, I want to say, won it.
We are at Best Bet Jacksonville for the WPT Championship 5K buy-in, an event that drew 361 entries and first place prize of $346,000. Had $1 million guarantee, easily surpassed that.
Some action developing here, but results quickly. Moon Q, open the button with Jack-2 suited. Nick Eunice 3-bets Ace-Jack in the small blind. And neither of the remaining players want to proceed. So Eunice gets a little back. back nice hands for the Chilean. He'll raise the button with ace queen. Going with the 2.5x. And he's going to get at least one taker. Joe has 7s in the small blind. I think at this stack depth, he will be best served calling, but there's an argument for raising, and he is going to raise. I think the dilemma here is that sometimes he's going to face a shove, and I don't know that his hand can reasonably 3-bet call. You don't really want to be playing for stacks with middle pairs for 40 blinds. I understand why Joe, as somebody who doesn't play as much tournament poker, would lean towards 3-betting 7s here. Nick with an interesting decision holding ace queen suited. Arguments for both calling and 4-betting. But he is going to 4-bet.
Joe's asking for a count.
Right. This is a hand where Joe is somebody who doesn't play a lot of tournaments, might not realize that making this play, regardless of the result, is sort of a disaster. You don't really want to raise and then call off middle pair for all your blinds. If he had just shoved over the open, I would understand that play. Otherwise, I think his hand is going to be best as a call. I also think earlier on in the tournament, playing your hand like this, just fine. But once we reach the final table stage, this is not how we want to get our 40 blinds in.
Right. I have a feeling he's going to fold this. He folded a hand similar to this earlier, I believe. It was either 6s or 4s.
Right. So worth pointing out, the kind of hands that make a more natural 3-bet fold here out of the small blind are ace-x hands, Broadway hands that block your opponent from having the good premiums that can shove on you, like an ace-queen suited, like the big pairs, like ace-king. And 3-betting these 7s that don't really block any of those hands ends up being counterproductive, whereas you can call, maybe Eric overcalls behind you, and the times you make a set, you could potentially win a really big hand. So Joe with a huge decision to make. We know he'd be flipping, but also flipping for your tournament life, like we said, kind of a disaster, and so he does fold it.
Should have been a time, right?
And he does use time extension there.
I'm just guessing. I don't know.
We are on a 30-minute delay. Here's Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst. Some interesting play today, Tony. I have to say that.
Very interesting play at this final table. Really interesting stuff. And, you know, Yoon Q and Eric are both pretty unorthodox players. Joe is not a tournament professional. He's a really experienced poker player, but not like a tournament professional. So oftentimes at final tables, if we see people who are really like studied, super accomplished tournament players, it's just everyone has the same sort of risk-averse mentality. Everyone understands that there's this big emphasis on laddering up. When you've got players who don't spend their entire life studying poker tournaments, playing poker tournaments, it's much more likely they're willing to take some risk and play for the win, or just do what feels right to them in the moment based on their years of experience.
280 race.
Yoon Q isolating with Jack 6. Eric will pass on Queen 3. Anthony Reynolds says, that's right, Tony. Doc is a local dentist here in Jacksonville who won it. His picture is back there on the wall. Yeah, I remember that final table pretty well. First time we streamed here at Best Bet. I think I was flying solo that time. Matt, much better to have you along in the booth.
Makes it a little easier at times. Joe here with 5s now.
Yeah.
And now he's going to play them differently. Raises to 180. Yoon Koo with the king queen.
Nice 3-bet from Yoon Q. Good hand selection. And yeah, one weird thing about ICM play at final tables is it makes even small pairs folds instead of opens in some situations. I think Joe should still raise his 5s here, but like lower pairs than that we would fold, excuse me, that we would open earlier in the tournament become folds. Oh my goodness, he's bet 3-bet all in.
Oh,
wow. I mean, this is going to work. That's the reality of it. This is going to work, and Joe is technically our short stack right now, so if anybody's to make this type of gambly play, it makes sense that he would be the one to do it.
He didn't jump up and put his jacket on, so that must mean he's going to fold.
No, no, Young Q, I mean, he certainly knows better than to 3-bet call off 40 blinds here with King Queen O. That just doesn't make any sense. He knows better than that. So nice hand selection on the 3-bet. Gutsy hand selection on the 4-bet. If I had to guess, something like Ace-5 suited is a better 4-bet than pocket 5s. Just blocking our opponent from having the nut hands that can call is really, really important as opposed to having a pair there. But it is interesting to watch, Matt.
Sure is.
Cleaning your friends to the army? We're cleaning them up to the army?
No, they smashed me, dude, until the very last day. And then I won all the cash on the cash table, and I won the tournament, so I was like, man, I'm hooked for life. It was an amazing feeling. It was for peanuts, obviously, but still fun.
It's probably rates.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the boys. 180, yes, sir.
And with 3 deuce here, I don't think Joe wants to go back to back.
Nut low.
2-3?
Yes.
That's 7 deuce.
Dirty diaper. 7 deuce. See?
Dominate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even right here.
Nick Eunice with 3 deuce. He's already folded. Joe with King 6.
Raise 280.
Raising to...
And again, a situation where I do think Joe should play almost every hand as a limp, really close to that. And so, you know, his not being an experienced tournament player, that's an easy dynamic to miss out on if you don't study tournaments. You just say, hey, I should raise sometimes, I should fold sometimes, I should call sometimes, the way you do in most tournament situations. But here, up against Eric in the big blind, strangely enough, he should just play really passive.
And Eunice with Queen 9 of spades.
160.
160 raise, 160.
Four-handed, definitely playable, and he is raising to 160. Joe with 8-6 of hearts. Makes the call.
Yeah, he's feeling it a little bit, decides to get in there.
Offrey out with pocket 9s.
Whew, yeah, Eric with a hand that could sort of go either way here. It doesn't feel great to squeeze and then call somebody for like almost 50 blinds with 9s. So I understand why Eric would seek to overcall here. Everyone kind of sharing outs, as we can see. UQ overcalls Queen Jack.
Flop is King 7-3.
Big whiff for these hands. Eric in the lead. Also one of 2 players holding a diamond. Expect we see some passive play.
Joe in position here. He does also check.
And nobody forcing.
Turn card to King, King of clubs.
200K.
I like this small bet from Eric. Potentially get called by worse pairs by even a 7 out there.
Pretty good turn card for Eric as well.
Pretty good turn card for Eric, that's right. He also has the 9 of both flush draws out there. So he blocks some of the flush draws.
Wins his pot and shows it.
Yeah.
9?
Not many four-way pots in a four-handed poker tournament.
Not
Maybe
at all.
the first and last of the day.
With Jack deuce of spades makes the call, and Nick with king 7 goes to check.
And Nick with the hand that can kind of go either direction there.
3 clubs, Jack 10-3 on the flop. Yunku top pair
80K.
and leads for 80,000.
Easy one.
Yeah, folds this one. Yunku takes it down.
Yeah, I do think Eric has calmed down after that big setback going into the break. We haven't seen any overly loose or out of character play since sitting back down. And won a big pot that I'm sure, improved his mood. He's not trying to force things right now. Now Nick Eunice limping in the small blind. Joe with ace jack of clubs in the big blind. Should look to build this pot.
Raise 280.
We'll be playing this hand together as we don't have Nick's cards for the moment. But he'll drop out. So a quick one for Joe. In Q, we'll let Queen 4 suited go on the cutoff. Folds around to our blinds. And Joe again, playing blind versus Eric. Has an ace 10 to work with. So he'll keep building these pots. 280. Eric right behind with ace 8 makes it 780. And this is part of the dilemma of raising out of the small blind into Eric. If he 3-bets, all of a sudden potentially playing a really big pot against what I think is the only player on the table that has him out-chipped. Joe does make the call, so he's in great shape here going to the flop, but if he misses, Eric may end up bluffing him out. We'll see. Oh, but it's ace king 3, both players making top pair. Joe, the superior kicker, now in a beautiful position to get a big pot off Eric. Eric, starting small for 375. Imagine Joe will start by calling, and he does. Neither player wants to see a club, but it is the 7 of clubs. So that may slow down the betting. Although we've seen Eric barrel a couple of times when he has like top pair, strong hands on the flush turn so far today. And betting like a small size here does make plenty of sense. You can kind of price your showdown. You can charge your opponent the times he has the club in his hand. It's kind of weird.
1 million?
Yeah, he is going to bet $1 million. It's like 40% pot. When you're Joe, now you're like, oh, geez, like, how did we get here? And this kind of goes back to what we talked about with limping in the small blind. Like, you play these big pots four-handed against the only guy who can bust you. And even when you have the best hand, you don't really love your life.
10 seconds.
So you like that size, huh?
If I'm in Eric's shoes, I probably bet a little bit smaller, because there's a decent chance you're betting into a better hand than ours. But he's in the right ballpark in that 4 of clubs on the river.
So now Joe, could Joe take the lead here and just fire out here?
I don't think he should. I think he's been playing his hand like a bluff catcher and still kind of has a bluff catcher.
Check.
Now will Eric...
All in and out.
Oh, Eric turns his hand into a bluff. Oh, he just... I don't know, man. He's decided that his opponent doesn't have a club. He's right. Oh my goodness. This is not what I expected him to do. I thought there would be a lot of hands that he would do this with, but not necessarily this one. Oh, what a crazy hand. And Joe is really considering this. What an unbelievable hand this would be if Joe calls.
Really a tough one.
Joe basically saying, well, the only clubs that makes a lot of sense to jam here are the ace of clubs and maybe queen of clubs. So did he end up with more bluffs than value hands here?
To me, I think he finds fold here, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What a crazy hand. I can't envision calling in his shoes, but people make these calls. Sometimes they decide their opponent just does not have it. And since as we said, Eric's only really value betting the ace of clubs and maybe queen of clubs, you can tell yourself that there just aren't that many value jams available to him.
Joe said, would you show me if I fold?
Right.
Eric stoic here.
Just imagine how different this hand plays out if he limp calls pre-flop. Right, he always gets to showdown.
Third extension here, meaning he's at least used a minute and a half. Looking for information.
Oh,
That's
what
fold.
an epic hand from Eric Afriat.
He showed one card.
Probably
He
showed the
an
ace. I think he showed the ace of spades and said, I'll let you figure out the other card.
Oof.
Oh, what an epic hand from Eric. Correctly surmises that his opponent does not have a club in his hand and cannot stand up to that level of pressure. Wow. Back with the commanding lead, over 9 million now.
Yeah, of course.
His other 3 opponents have a combined 8. Fantastic hand. That cements Afriat's lead at this final table. Joe with a 9-7 of spades on the button. Gets 2 quick folds.
Joe wins this one.
Yeah, he'll have some rebuilding to do. See how he manages the emotional turmoil of losing a huge pot like that at a final table.
And seeing those cards, not knowing if his hand was good. That's the other part of it, I believe. I guess he had to figure that he had a club with his second card, but he did only show the one. 123,000 guaranteed, which would be Joe's biggest score ever already. But he's looking for that first place prize of $346,850.
I think here with the Jack 2 suited, we'll take a flop. Finds a flush draw. And an immediate bet from Eric before we even saw Nick check. You know, Nick with a hand that can be played as a call or a raise, but I think now with Joe so short, he should prefer calling with most of his range. He does call, and on a 10 of spades turn, Eric will make 2 pair.
Just check it again, and a check back.
Oh, I do not like that check from Eric. Yeah, I mean, he could have just allowed himself to be counterfeited by a queen, by a 4, failed to get value from a whole bunch of hands, like diamonds, like combo draws, like 5-6. I mean, when you unblock the queen, especially, when your opponent can have top pair and you have 2 pair, there is such a priority on getting money in the pot. It's going to work out for Eric. I mean, Nick's going to miss the flush draw and turn his hand into a bluff.
On the turn. Had 2 pairs on the turn.
Eric telling the truth out there. Now in a dicey scenario where he's wondering if his potentially counterfeited 2 pair are good, but you know, Eric, how to put it, he's in the zone right now. Everything's working out his way. He's not a man I would want to try and convince to fold right now. Yeah, I think Eric had a home run hand to bet on the turn. Nice sizing from Nick.
He's upset with himself, too.
Yeah, there you go.
Bluff. Short. This. And the other 2 pairs. Good bluff.
Yeah, it is a good bluff from Nick Eunice.
You have a 4, you have nothing.
Pot that Eric really should never lose. If he just bets the turn, that's usually the end of it. Even if he bets small, Nick is usually just going to check the river.
God. Now, if I'm Nick there, I kind of really want to show the bluff.
I don't know. Maybe you prefer Eric not realizing that you've got that much moxie to you. I mean, Nick has a pretty solid image at this final table. You may not want Eric to know that you're going to try and steal some pots from him.
But you'd love to see the emotion out of Eric.
You would, but I don't know if it's a big enough pot to tilt him right now. He's got tons of chips. He's feeling good. You know, if you're going to take an opportunity to tilt Eric, you want him to really be on like a downward spiral.
Okay. Still thinking about it, as you can tell.
Yeah.
That's what we're all here for.
Nick with the queen 8 suited now. Ends up dodging the ace king suited in the big blind held by Joe. If I'm Joe, I'm not shoving here. I'm 3-betting small. Especially against Yoon Q, shown some clickiness.
You live in Canada or Miami?
I don't think Yoon Q will make a play with this one. Yeah, his hand is already in the muck. But I like the idea from Joe to go with the smaller 3-bet instead of just jamming your 23-ish blinds in there.
Montreal in the summertime is one of the best cities in the world.
Oh yeah, I've heard there's like September in Montreal, like there's like nothing better in the world.
No, not September.
No?
June, July. It starts in June. The weather starts getting nice end of May. June, we have a Formula One. We have a Grand Prix Formula One. That's where all the terraces start opening.
Eric talking about Montreal, the F1 also around the corner in Las Vegas. We're heading back for a charity tournament with 1 drop.
Yeah, when is that race? Is it on Saturday?
It's over the weekend, really.
Okay.
So I'm the wrong guy to ask about the structure of F1.
I did attend it last year.
How was it?
It was cool. It was good to see at least once.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really get to see a bunch when you're watching it. I heard it was very good to watch on TV, but I'm actually doing a staycation at the Wynn, so hopefully I'll be on the side of it so I can watch it out the window.
Strange hand unfolding here as Joe limps in, flops middle pair on King Jack 9 and leads, only to have Eric with 6-4 offsuit, no pair, no raise, raise him. No pair, no draw, excuse me, raises him. Joe has decided, all right, you've pushed me around enough for one day, I'm not giving up. 7 on the turn will make Joe's life very easy. Truly the ideal card. Eric is drawing dead. Now there's some chance that a 4 straight arrives on the river and Eric can bluff his way out of this one. And so far, nothing to work with. And there is another jack for the full house. It's worth considering another check as Joe. Yeah, great play.
Good check.
That is a beautiful check from Joe. It's going to get him an extra $700,000 from Eric before the trap snaps shut and he faces a check raise all in.
Used a time extension. This is kind of like the strategy of using those time extensions. I kind of like it.
To feign uncertainty when you actually have the goods.
Hoping that Eric has an actual king here or something.
There is the all-in from Joe. We'll see how much Eric wants to milk this. The sound effects are a bit oversold.
And he does let it go.
So Joe regains some of his lost chips up against Eric in that ace-10 versus ace-8 pot where Eric ran the tremendous bluff on the river. Updated look at our chip counts. Joe back in 3rd chip position. Eric still considerable lead, holding 100 big blinds.
Can't reveal anymore. You guys are too good. Just told him. A little bit.
Sure, buddy, he's gonna pay you my kicker.
80,000. Raise 160.
Want to value that turn? Still make 5.
Raise from Nick here. Jack 10 of diamonds.
160,000.
And Q out with King 9. Just heads up. Nick does take the lead. Not a terrible flop for Eric's 3s. But not one that putting money in will go well for Eric on. Nick checks back. I like finding some checkbacks with top pair there. Could induce Eric to put a lot of money in this pot when he really doesn't have much. He turns a gut shot with that 4 that will have him stick around. Nick will bet 160 on the turn. Eric, happy to call that. Oh,
whoa.
3 on the river. I wonder if Nick will bet this. It's awful close. His hand strength is disguised though, so going for some extra value here makes sense. Your opponent has a lot more pairs between sixes and jacks and ace X, you know, ace 6 suited and ace 4 suited.
Wasting no time and
yeah.
putting out 950. Nick does know that Eric's capable of having a 5 here, right?
Yeah, capable of having a 5, capable of having a set, but also capable of having a bluff.
10 seconds.
Although I suspect Nick is not going to pay this one off. I could be wrong. No, he is going to call. He's been stubborn in a couple of these pots.
Set of threes.
You know, the king 3 versus king queen earlier, and now this jack 10 suited. I think there was an opportunity for Nick to get away from that one.
Never bluff?
I mean, again, his hand is a little underrepresented, so I understand why he elected to bet call that one on the river. He's quite high up in his range.
And after taking that earlier hit, Eric is back over 9 million in chips once again.
Good check raise from Eric on the river.
80 and 80.
Joe folds the king 5.
Raise. 200,000.
Some big hands back to back. First it was a set, now it's queens, but no takers.
And he does show the queens.
For all of us.
40, please.
It's been a roller coaster for all of us.
Yeah.
80 to go. Call.
Respect.
Eric just limping here with the queen 4 suited. Nick will probably complete in the small blind. That's gonna work for him. Joe in the big blind. We'll check his 6-3. And on queen 9 deuce, it is Eric with the limped queen 4 that makes top pair.
Bet 150,000.
Nothing his opponents can do.
Yeah, ladies man, you're ladies man.
So he takes down back-to-back pots.
Never looked at another girl.
Nice. So got lucky then. How are you?
Eric running smooth now. Pretty considerable lead.
You're already winning it like that. You don't need this.
Good time to tell you about Club WPT Diamond, where you can take your game to the next level and you'll compete for bigger cash and prizes and more VIP packages to live WPT events. Diamond members also receive free insider access to Learn WPT, where I make training content amongst many other great coaches. So visit clubwpt.com to learn more today.
That's right, Tony. You can win your seat for events just like this one, as James did this week. Had a great time out here in Jacksonville.
And a check.
Joe calls with the 6-5. Eric now with Jack 4 does check. And flop is queen 8 deuce.
Bet 80,000.
Lead for 80,000. Nice little pot there for Joe.
Good thing I beat you at least one hand.
Eagle.
I beat you the right one.
That's all you need.
We're still not even.
Yeah?
Just that 7 on the rig.
Poker makes money else to lose, you know. Here or something.
You got the same as me right now. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It was before you looked at your first time.
Well, Nick sizing up his opponents. He and Yun Q are roughly close in chips. I think Joe is a bit shorter for the moment. He's got 30 blinds. And ace-8. So he'll raise the cutoff.
Raise 160. Fold 2.
Eric in the small blind calls 9-6 offsuit. Ambitious play out of the small blind. UQ will overcall queen 6 suited in the big blind.
3 players.
Flop is a 9, jack, and a 4.
Well,
so flush draw for Yun Q. Eric has middle pair 9s. And Nick, as you see on the board, 9% with the ace-8 offsuit, and he is the one that's going to bet. He bets 150.
Honestly, not the worst combination to bet here. The 8 of hearts blocks some of the more immediate draws. Ace of spades blocks some of the backdoor draws. Reasonable hand to take a shot with. Both his opponents continue. Eric with the middle pair, Yun Q with the flush draw. King on the turn. Doesn't help anyone's hand. Puts another spade out there. Gives Yun Q additional outs to a 10.
Check.
I don't know if Nick has another barrel here. I mean, again, you do have 2 relevant blockers, but yeah,
check.
pretty dicey to go for that one. 7 of spades on the river. Eric has the winner if this checks down. There's a universe where that happens. Yun Q could bluff, but you know, having hearts in his hand, not necessarily ideal, but he's going to go for this.
Wow.
And this should work.
Fold 7.
800 and some.
Looks like you have a flush. Miss flush.
Eric says, looks like you have a missed flush. And he's right about that.
870,000 is the bet. Third pair.
That's bluff. That's for sure the bluff.
He's been right twice for calling the bluff.
Yeah.
He did fold to both of them.
That's why it's important to bluff even when it feels like you might not get away with it.
Telling you my wings are always like
Spot on.
Well, the 9-6 call there doesn't work out.
Yeah, exactly. Reaffirming.
Tough to make money on those kind of hands when you're up against capable opponents like Yun Q, Nick.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of messages out there for Eric. Got a lot of fans around the world.
Yeah, I know. He's done so well in so many different places. Just an incredible tournament resume.
Raise 180.
Drop in the chat who you're rooting for. Give them a let's go. See if you can raise the spirits of some of your players that you're rooting for out there.
I love the hand selection here from Eric to 3-bet. I'm not quite sure why he chose this small sizing. He's just doubling Joe's raise, which will give Joe a pretty favorable price to see a flop with. I think these suited aces, especially the ones that don't flop as well, like an ace-6, an ace-3 suited, ace-7 suited, make nice 3-bets on the button, but I do think Eric would benefit from sizing larger here and not making it such a favorable price for Joe. But instead he'll just flop an ace. Does 3 out Joe here.
225.
Immediately bets 225, which might be just small enough to sucker Joe in for another street with that spade in his hand. But no, he will not take the bait. And Eric's 3-bet works out for him.
Thanks for right again. 3-bet. There.
Eric's been playing poker for 40 years. His favorite poker player is himself. That's what he wrote on his bio.
Okay.
Kind of like that answer.
Hey, you're the one that made you all that money, you know? Nobody I root for in all-ins more than myself.
He also says he wants everybody to know that he's a great family man.
Raise 180.
That's very noble.
Winner.
Eric, probably the second or third most successful player on the WPT over the last decade. I would put Darren Elias and Brian Altman in that sort of top three.
Definitely Brian Altman as well, yeah. Anthony Zeno.
Yeah,
could be
Zeno
up there.
comes to mind. Lost the tournament heads up to Anthony Zeno just the other night, but he had all the chips going in. Got me all in right away, first hand. One and done, very easy.
Raise.
Zeno's still out there grinding.
80,000.
Joe opening up the action to 280, and Eric kind of calling with 5-4. Yeah, you know, I don't mean to harp on it, but again, a spot where just limping out of the small blind is really going to perform best for Joe. Building these pots with these mediocre hands against somebody as sticky as Eric, it's going to be really, really awkward. And while you're on that middling stack along with the other two opponents up against Eric, just being able to survive and ladder them is so big. So unfortunately for Joe, he continues to bleed chips in this pot unless he can find a turn that will help him. The Queen of Hearts.
Quick bet and a quick call.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts doesn't do much for him. Perhaps he means to bluff his way out. We'll see.
Check.
No, he will check and shut it down.
Check, check.
Eric will check it back with the bottom pair. And a 3 on the river. Would complete a theoretical 5-6. Joe holds a 6. Check, check. And Eric.
Gonna win this one with
Pair
four. It's gonna be enough.
Jack what?
Are you allowed to tell him? Are you allowed to tell him?
I think once it's table.
I mean, he flipped it over really quickly.
Yeah, but you missed it. I don't know if the dealer's supposed to tell you. Yeah, something we offer up friendly. Anyway.
Question is should the dealer read the hand as he turns it over? And I say yes. As any other player at the table can also read the hand. He turned it face up.
80 to go.
If you're ever unsure, just turn your hand up. Happens a lot more in pot limit, Omaha, and stuff like that. But if you are ever unsure, if you have the best hand, that's one way to find out. Turn it face up. The dealer's supposed to read the hand. Young Koo
Raise
going
280.
to raise to 280.
Yeah, great looking hand to raise with here. Eric will let that one go.
Over 10 million now in chips is Eric Offria.
18%.
They are going to a level that will not need the 5K chips anymore.
We're going to be in a few minutes. Going to do a super fast race up on the table. 1, 2, 3.
Joe with King 10 in the cutoff here.
Raise 160.
Cutoff also under the gun, yeah. Eric folds ace deuce.
I think Nick should take a flop here with the 4-3 suited. I mean, they're at an awkward stack depth, so if he chooses to pass, I understand why. There's a higher priority on hands that can flop top pair as opposed to flopping draws and then have to put it in, you know, with 40% or something.
Takes your advice here, Tony.
Yeah.
He does make the call.
I do think 4-3 suited wants to see a flop here for the one big blind. Just need to proceed cautiously. Oh, or not.
Yeah. Nice full house flop there. Only one club on the board and 2 spades. Joe
Yeah.
with the 10 of spades.
Oftentimes on paired boards, when we're in the big blind facing a c-bet, we want to continue with a check raise on the low paired boards, mid paired boards. But on one that you have the board completely locked up, I would prefer to see Nick play his hand passive here and just go for a full slow play. Check on all 3 streets and see how much money Joe's willing to put in.
Yeah. You can get a big part of Joe's stack here. Something were to come here.
Raise 280.
And I think he's going to lose his customer with this check raise. I would like that check raise plenty if he had trips. With the boat, I lean towards the slow play, as I said. But Joe doesn't look convinced about folding this hand. I think he ought to be. King 10 with the 10 of spades is just not enough to continue against the check raise range here, Matt. He could get himself in a world of trouble if he improves on the turn.
Did not. I think that's lucky for him.
Well, maybe Nick will check now. That could be dangerous too.
The look back.
The look back.
Just want to make sure.
Is this real life? Yes, it is.
He did check.
Nice check after the flop check raise. Really like that play from Nick. Now if you're Joe, I mean, you can justify betting or checking here. I think check is going to be best, but you know, you can justify betting.
500,000.
He goes with a sizable bet, 500K. This is shaping up to be
And you'd like to see Nick just call
catastrophic
here,
hand. Yeah, absolutely. It's shaping up to be a catastrophic hand for Joe.
Call 500,000.
And if you're Nick, you're just hoping that he has something. River card's a 5. That might just shut it all down, yeah?
Yeah,
And,
well, I don't know. Joe's pretty stuck into it. I don't think he has a good hand to bluff with. Blocking the spade is bad. The king of clubs is not an ideal card to be holding because he blocks stuff like, you know, king whatever of clubs that would peel the would check raise the flop. Something like a king 9 of clubs, maybe check raise the flop. I don't know.
Mike Matasso says blockers are not real.
Mike Mattis only playing a lot of tournaments these days. Joe's gonna go for this. He's gonna leave himself with like one big line behind.
1.1 billion, 5,000. Call.
He just
Call.
does call.
I think he may have thought it was an all in.
Yeah, that's cool.
You put me up, right? Yeah.
Did I push you all?
815.
Oh, he put him all in. Okay, I see. And so it was an all in and a call on this river. The bluff
Tough one for
Joe does not work out.
First, I didn't think you were putting me all in.
Yeah. I thought you had more than me.
Check on the river.
Yeah, great. Check out the turn.
865. 865.
Nick Eunice,
Told me what?
the Chilean champion here, with a huge pot. And just a flop that you dream about at a final table four-handed.
Did you like the flop?
Guys, we're going to do a super quick race off of the gray chips. Our blinds are up. We're going to 100,000 ante, 50,000 small blind, 100,000 big blind. Does anybody
Joe
have 5 or more gray
Joseph
chips? I don't think that.
drawing extremely thin at this final table now.
You're a big blind, or he was big blind last time.
Yeah, I opened, I think.
Yeah, I was the button.
50 and 100,000 now going up. And Joe is down to, I think,
Very fast race.
How do you find the tall there?
under a big blind. I don't know. I think he has
Oh, it's not.
maybe,
He's got
Holding it.
3 in his
Oh, you
I
got
don't know
one
what he
more?
has left here.
Yeah, oh, he played it great. Played it great. I thought he was giving up. And on the river, I thought he was gonna have to.
On the heart.
Yes, we're hearing that he has about 490,000. So just under 5 big blinds.
Roller coaster. Goes down, then it goes back up. Boom, double up. Whew, nice stack now.
100, 100,
What's the 4? 370.
50, 100, 100. You're gonna be 50, okay. Fold. Call.
Q just limping on the button with Queen 6. Looking to get in on the action of busting out Joe here. Nick debating whether he wants to just call or raise.
Going for a raise here.
Raise.
And he does.
500,000.
Makes it 500,000. Joe with King 4 suited.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to call this one off with just 200 behind.
I joined the hair here too.
And he does.
Honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do there.
Whatever.
Nick admitting, I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to do there. I don't either, man.
375.
You're never isolating. Yeah, I know.
Good luck, Nick.
Oh, you need the luck.
I need more time back.
Flop is 998. Turn card is a jack.
Good game, guys.
And the river is another jack. The ace high is going to win this pot.
Yeah, you as well.
And Joe has been eliminated. A great run for Joe Jordan
Good playing with you, man. Play great.
from Greenville, South Carolina. He is going to take home $123,000. His biggest score ever. So
Yeah.
congratulations, Joe.
Somebody who satellited in. We're real happy for him.
Absolutely.
Awesome parlay on his money. Well done, Joe. 3 players remain. Eric Afriat, our commanding leader, has more than his 2 opponents combined.
Now we're up to 165,000 for the next spot. First place is 346,850, which includes that seat to the World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas,
Heads up against my friend.
where you can win millions more. We are down to the 3 most accomplished players, Tony, at this final table.
Not a huge surprise to have that happen. Yeah. Experience does matter at these final tables. Can't be in a rush.
And Nick at 43 big blinds. Yunku also has, I think, 35 big blinds, so that I think they're just
Raise 250.
fairly deep. Eric raises to 250.
We'll give Yunku a pretty nice price in the big blind. Just 2.5x out of the small. So Yunku will call 10-3 of hearts. And on Queen 6 deuce, he doesn't find much. It is Eric with a big lead holding top pair.
So it's check, check.
Crafty.
Card is 5. 3 clubs on the board.
Crafty check on the flop from Eric. Good to mix
Now-
those in sometimes.
Great draw, but the bet will get it. And Eric shows top pair. He's handing out the compliments to the other players at the table.
Check raise. Your deck good?
And Eric in good spirits now.
The mood has been lightened. the way I like to feel about myself in golf. You know, I'm level-tempered no matter if I'm playing good or playing bad. I'm always in a good mood.
Doing what you love.
I'm out there playing golf, yeah. You'll never see me upset on the golf course.
Q, considering something with the king 3, elects to fold. Nick with the king 9 will likely see a flop.
All right, a 9 on the flop, also a 10 and an 8. And Nick has
check.
Flop,
lightning
quick
pace on the flop.
Yes, you'd like to see a little more timing in that?
No, I think that's fine. You know, Nick has an immediate check, and Eric does tend to act very quickly with what I would call sort of a capped range. He makes these like snap calls and snap checks with like these medium strength hands.
10 seconds. 250,000.
So time for Nick to start betting. Eric, yeah, he's got the 2 overcards and the gut shot. Not going to give up for the 1 bet. And that river 10 should embolden Nick to bet one more time for value here. Good run out for his king 9.
And perhaps reel Eric into calling there. Yeah,
Not the craziest thing in the world to call is Eric. Yeah. You should probably call this type of hand some percent of the time. Nick going big, 650. I like that sizing. You know, if your opponent has a 9 or an 8, it's a tough fold, and your kicker is almost certainly good.
Playing the button. I just played the button today. That's where I had all my big bets.
Eric, gonna stay disciplined. Won't pay that off.
For one?
Eric. All his fans out there. He's going for a record today, folks. If you haven't heard at this point, he's going for his 4th WPT title. And he would tie Darren Elias, who has 4 now. The way it works on that Sexton Cup is if you get the first one, you get your plaque. After that, you get a diamond up there. I think Tony's going to get his 2nd diamond at the World Championship.
That'd be a good one to get, wouldn't it?
Would you like that?
Just a little.
All right. Both players with a pair here. Nick with the deuces, Yoon Koo with the jacks.
I will say I'm feeling and running good on the WPT this year. I've played 4 events in day 3 to all of them.
Oh, wonderful.
So
that's,
I've had my chances.
That's all in the money.
Yeah, all in the money. 3 times I've made the final 2 tables.
Beautiful.
So like, man, I've been in there. I've been close. I want to make the deep run.
Raise
Oh, this is a fun pot though. Eric getting the squeeze on with the queen 10 suited. Good hand selection for a squeeze. Mixing this kind of thing in. But Yoon Koo with jacks has a clear decision. I mean, I say clear. If I were in his shoes, I would be all in. Yoon Koo does enough clicky stuff that who knows? Maybe. Yeah, I was going to say, he might click this instead of shoving.
And by clicking, you mean, I know what you mean, but what do you explain to our viewers? What
Basically
you mean by
making the minimum raise. Instead of going all in for 30 blinds, he's going to raise like, I don't know, 5 blinds more. And Eric is going to call. I don't know, Matt. This is just not the hand that I would be clicking here as Yoon Koo. I would just be shoving. Like, you're already winning so many chips. You don't really want to go to the flop with the hand that has 3 overcards to it and have this murky continue with your remaining 17 blinds when the priority is on shutting Eric out, keeping you and Nick relatively close in chips. I don't know about this clip. We'll see how it works out.
Ooh, pops. Middle pair 10s. 1 spade. Backdoor straight.
We've only got half pot to play. Is Eric just going to lead here? I don't know how much sense that makes. I don't think you're ever getting better hands to fold. You're not getting worse hands to call. You have some protection against other stuff.
Does check.
If you're Yoon Koo, look, I'm never folding at this point. You got a king, good for you. It's just a question of do you jam or do you bet small and hope that Eric does something weird? I kind of think bet small, but this has become an extremely unusual spot. Yeah.
550.
Yeah, I like that sizing from Yoon Koo. You know, if you're going to get weird, stay weird. going to get a call.
Check.
Low card on the turn. Now I think the remainder of UQ ships should be all in, and
He hasn't
if
put
you're
his jack on.
Eric,
Oh, there it goes.
yeah. If you're Eric, I don't know that you got here to fold. You're getting what, 6 to 1? Is that right? 5 to 1? 5 to 1 with a pair.
Yunku's going to give the commentary here. He always gives the commentary. I like that.
Seconds.
He does fold.
Gotcha.
Now the click gets the maximum there, man.
Yeah, awesome. And Tony, while I have you here, I'm going to have you talk a little bit to Jesse Hollander, who is the Director of Poker Operations here at the Best Bet.
Oh, welcome to the booth, Jesse.
Hey, Tony,
Always
how's
good
it going?
to be here at Best Bet. Yeah, great. We are having some really fascinating poker at this final table. You just missed a big one where UQ made a small 4-bet up against Eric Afriat, got called, and then dragged another street of value out of him to sort of even the chips here a little more at this final table.
Yeah, I was watching that. I've been watching the stream also, and it has been interesting. It's a lot of poker,
Yeah.
which is fun, obviously, to see the different dynamics and the way he plays. And I agree with you on that last hand that maybe I'm just not a good enough player to do a min click there with jacks. I'm putting it in.
I don't know that
I
that's
want
the
to be
hand.
done with it.
And if I'm Eric, I don't really start this hand with a limp either. You know, he, as the chip leader, should look to be raising a lot of the small blind, and that includes raising your best hands, trying to build a pot. I can't say I'm a big fan of limping the aces here. He does start with a check on the flop, and on this board, UQ has 4 outs to the nuts, so he'll bet. And I assume Eric will raise, but, you know, I never quite know where Eric's at. Yeah, he will.
Interesting small bet, small raise.
Yeah.
Like they're just feeling each other out a little bit, huh?
With that sizing, I don't think UQ will ever do anything but call. Looking for that 8. But instead, it is top set for Eric Afriat. Makes you wonder whether he'd consider checking again now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we get a check here and then the straight comes, huh?
Yeah, then Eric just loses a pile. Maybe if it's the 8 of diamonds, he can avoid disaster. But yeah, an offsuit 8, Eric loses a whole bunch of chips. But it's a king. He's gotten to the river with the second nuts. Not very likely UQ has queen 10-0. And a big bet from Eric met with an immediate fold.
Eric's not happy that's all he got out
Right.
of that pot. He wanted a little more.
Could have built the pot by raising pre-flop.
If I ask you?
Sure. Oh, wow. Professional.
Shows the aces.
They made a
if
bargain.
you show me
Yeah.
this time, I'll show you. No, I'll show you this time if you show me next time.
Right. That's a savvy bargain from Eric, because there could be a much bigger hand between the two of them that he really wants an answer to. UQ will have to honor it.
That was a big hand, not a big pot. So he's going to find a big pot to.
Luckiest kid in America.
Well, Nick now with the ace-6. Likely to take a flop.
Yeah, easy call out of the blind, huh?
And gets a perfect 6-5-3 all-diamond flop, holding the ace of diamonds. Eric checks behind with the 10 of diamonds in his hand. And both players turn the flush, but it also puts a possible straight flush up there. So now Nick's would-be nut flush is actually only the third nuts.
Seems like that's actually the best diamond for Eric because it might save him
a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Absolutely. It's a weird spot where, you know, especially with the board pairing river, I don't think Nick can reasonably check raise that much.
No, I
Eric
don't
just
think
checks
so.
behind.
Yeah, check. It's funny when the turn card comes and you know it's a diamond, you
Yeah.
think this pot might get a little bit bigger, but no, a little too scary for everybody.
Instincts.
I saw the hand earlier between Joe and Eric where Joe had the best hand with an ace and a better kicker, and they didn't get a lot of money in or enough, but then it went check on the turn and river with club, and then Eric had the big bluff.
Yeah.
4 clubs on there, nobody
Yeah,
had a
he
club.
went for it in a really heroic spot. That was actually the pivotal hand of this final table, because if he shuts it down, Joe wins that pot. He's more or less tied for the chip lead with Eric. Instead, Eric has had kind of a runaway since that pot. A really, really gutsy play. That's the kind of play that leads Eric to his tremendous results. Because, yeah, you know, we see him make small mistakes like calling 7-5 offsuit or 9-6 offsuit pre-flop. Those are small but costly mistakes. But when he finds a bluff in a huge pot that many other players don't, he wins just a mountain of chips that many of his opponents would never get. And that's part of the reason why somebody like Eric, with his unorthodox style, can be so successful.
Yeah, he makes up for those little mistakes by that very big pot.
Right. Now Nick with the 6-3.
No action with the 6-3 on the button?
Nope. I think that's a good fold there. And Eric not going to fold many small blinds. And Q should likely check out most of his pairs here. Once again, Eric has outflopped his opponent, this time making bottom pair. And he'll get the call of 1 big blind.
You think the call is to because he thinks he has the best hand, or to hopefully set up a bluff, or maybe get lucky and get it checked down?
I think for 1 big blind, you shouldn't really fold a pair. Blind versus blind ranges are just so wide. Eric can kind of have everything that you just don't want to give up anytime you have a pair that easy. Facing another 100,000 on the turn, it's close, but at this point, Young Q correctly realizes that he's being milked by Eric there, and that there's just not many viable ways to improve on the river. It's, you know, one thing if he had a bottom pair himself with the worst kicker, and he tells himself, well, I've got 5 outs even when I'm behind, but the deuces have no outs really. It's just one of the 2 outers, that's it.
That being said, it's probably not even worth trying to make it 300, put in a small raise. And
no, I think he should have outs when he does that.
Yeah,
so on a board
you
where
need
it's,
to
you
have
know,
more
Jack,
outs,
9, 5, 6, or whatever it was, he should have a 7 or an 8 in his hand if he wants to make a play like that, or, you know, turn a flush draw. Well, Eric right back into the fray, drives out both players in the blinds.
Just gave me 2 million chips. You gave me 300.
Stacks up another little pot here. Now, you usually are behind the scenes at the poker room. Do you get to play much poker yourself, Jesse?
I like to play poker. I don't play near as much as I would like to play. But I do play, yes. I do play.
Mostly tournaments?
Lately, it seems like mostly tournaments.
Okay.
In, you know, lifetime, I was mostly a cash game player. But mostly tournaments these days.
I see a pot developing here. Nick limps in with the ace-jack. I like that limp. And Eric now raising jack-9 suited, so Nick can limp call here and actually the strength of his hand be a little disguised. He's dominating Eric going to this flop. Eric's been running very good though. We'll see if he can't catch in a way that allows him to take this one down. Ten, 6, 5, 2 hearts, and a diamond. Not really what Nick was looking for.
No.
But it goes check, check, and there's the ace on the turn.
There's the ace of spades.
And that could cost Eric a couple streets here. Pretty reasonable with Eric's precise hand here to bluff twice. I mean, you have no showdown equity. You don't really block any of the hands that call once and then fold the river, like hearts. Your jack high's never good at showdown. You can have a lot of the aces here, so I think on a bunch of runouts, Eric would and should bluff.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, his bet here with just Jack 9 obviously seems correct.
4 diamonds on the river doesn't change too much except completing 7-8. If I'm Eric, I'm going for this one. Yeah, I like this. And Nick will be pleased. I think he'll pretty much snap this.
Call, yeah.
And Nick trying to get a show here, saying, I'm not tabling anything until I get a look at what your cards are.
Like, oh, no. I know what's happening here.
Yeah. Nice hand from Nick Eunice there.
Yeah.
Taking another $1.5 million off of Eric.
Good hand, a well-played hand.
Really well-played hand. Perfect turn card, of course, not only to make top pair, but one where Eric is the one plausibly representing that he made the top pair. So Nick, pretty chipped up now. He's in striking distance of Eric, probably north of 6 million. Yeah, 6.4 almost.
Thinking about getting frisky with the random 2-card button, yeah?
350.
Or
350.
They're probably right on the cusp for him, but as we can see, it worked out to not have played. Young Q with 10s in the big blind will raise Eric out of that one as his opponents take turns. Taking pots off him. There we see Eric actually just a thin lead over Nick now, and even Young Q within range of his two opponents. If he were to play an all-in versus Eric and win, he would be chip leader. Eric would be short stack.
yeah. All players have still have a very good chance at this title.
250 raise.
Ace-7, Eric right back in. And Nick with the King-Jack.
King-Jack will be a call out of the blind, huh?
Yeah. On 9-9-10, Eunice with 2 overs and a gut shot. Eric
150.
looking to just represent that he has that board. We'll bet 150. And Nick should mix how he continues between calling and check raising here. On these middle paired boards, a lot of his continuing range should be a check raise, although less so at a final table. The King-Jack does benefit from having the chance of being good at showdown unimproved. 5 on the turn.
Best to try to get in that check raise on the flop. You might not have opportunity on the turn or the...
Oh, and what a river it is. Some arguments to be made for one more check on this river.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Your hand is almost too good. Too good to bet. It's unlikely that Eric has a full house.
Unlikely, and it's a card that should connect with Eric's range more than yours. So sometimes you can get a check raise in against a queen or against a bluff. This time, Nick decides to just bet 300,000 here as a block. Sort of a surprising sizing, but Eric pays it off. And yeah, that's a dubious call from Eric. He loses to everything except 8-7, and he blocks 8-7. So, you know, he loses to Jack-8, King-Jack, Queen-Jack, all of the 10s, which could bet that size. I think that is an impatient call there from Eric with a hand that is almost never good.
Yeah, I mean, Nick could literally have, I mean, he could have flopped the full house there.
Yeah.
Checked and then checked the turn again and then said, all right, I'm not going to get away with it. My hand's too big. I got to get some value. So I think you're right. I think a check on the river there might have been even a better play, except he did get paid off.
He did get paid off by a hand that shouldn't call, so one would argue that Nick chose the right option. Yeah. And I don't think Eric would have bet that hand on the river. Would have been content to check it down. So now these two probably about dead even.
Glasses back on.
Yeah, Nick gets to play a Jack-10. Eric will check King-6. Yeah, Nick, our new chip leader for the first time at this final table with somebody besides Eric. And
that
both
is
players,
the first time, huh?
First time.
Wow.
Both players connecting on King Jack 8. Nick the one behind with middle pair. But he improves. 2 pair on the turn.
Yeah, kind of a scary card for everybody.
Yeah, especially with it being a heart. Eric doesn't want to continue betting. 5 on the river. I don't know if Eric's going to fold to a bet of like 450. He doesn't really beat very much, but he still has a king in his hand. It's blind versus blind. Ranges are wide. It's certainly 200 he's going to call.
Yeah, quick call from Eric.
Yeah, maybe a little more money to be had for Nick there. I think betting more like 450. Because we have so many hands that we want to value bet there. Hearts, 2 pair, straights. I think we get to size up and bet pretty frequently. And Eric should be locked into calling somewhat often.
Yeah, not all the time.
Not all the time.
Naked king there.
Yeah. With a heart in his hand, I think he's going to be more stuck paying it off. Offsuit, you know, maybe facing the big size, he could fold, maybe not. Also, just kind of knowing that Eric, as a more emotional player, might be a little frustrated with the setbacks recently, I'd be inclined to try and size up against him when I had it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good point.
So Nick, a little extra distance following that pot, but he won't force action with Queen 4 offsuit. Eric now the one doing the limping, and UQ has a hand that could mix between checking and raising.
This is the new ace-king, ace-5, right?
Ace-5 is sort of the new ace-king, especially suited.
Yeah.
Ace-5 suited, you know, nuclear hand.
Everybody seems to love that hand these days.
All right, so it is a limp and a call. Eric with a nice-looking Jack-9 suited, but a bad flop for him. Ace-9-4, 2 clubs and a diamond. Eric picking up middle pair and a backdoor flush draw, but UQ with the strong top pair here.
That was such a check, bet, call here, I would expect, right?
Almost always. And again, Eric acting very quickly when his hand is never considering raising.
Yeah, you said that earlier.
Yeah.
That's an interesting pickup there.
8 on the turn. If I'm UQ, I would probably mix bets and checks here. And with a stronger kicker, I would always look to bet my hand. With the weaker one, sometimes it's nice to check behind and snap off any bet size that Eric puts out there on the river. And that's what he elects to do here.
Yeah, I like it.
You know, your opponent can have 9-8 sometimes, so you don't want to just fire away. And when Eric blocks for 250, I don't know if Young Q is going to let him see the river for that price.
Yeah, I don't know if I
think
like
he
that.
might try and get a little extra out of him.
I don't know if I like that bet that much.
I think I like the bet from Eric.
You like the block bet there?
But I love the raise from UQ. Yeah, I think Eric's hand is worth the bet here. And so we win a size that could plausibly get called by a worse hand. Love this raise from UQ, who...
Do you open yourself up, though, to, I mean, is Eric...
Extremely difficult play to make. You know, you're representing quite a strong hand here. Yes, Eric could do something wild and 3-bet you with the bluff. But I think it's more likely he frustration calls you and pays off with worse. And you can just be really confident based on Eric's sizing that he just doesn't have a better hand than you. So, and you're just, Eric's trying to show down for like 15, 18% pot when your hand top pair is worth more like 2/3, 3/4 pot. And so Young Q's basically said, this is the price that we're going to play for.
Yeah, that is a really good raise. He recognizes that his ace is way the best hand.
Nice hand from Young Q.
Yep. A little frustration.
Breakout player from Washington.
Yeah, he's been great at both of them. Yeah, but he is a great dealer. You got a pleasant face.
All great dealers.
You got a pleasant face. 3.
Raise 300. Fold.
3 with the 3s.
300.
Gentlemen, you guys want to play? We're going to play some poker.
It's a pretty big raise there.
You guys going to suck on everything?
Yeah, he's starting to, I mean, he was min-raise everything,
Yeah.
and now it's just kick it up just a little bit.
Nick decides he has just enough hand to see a flop with. You can sense the steam coming off of Eric.
Yeah, I like the call by Nick.
Not much there for him.
Nope.
150.
That's the benefit of being the aggressive player on the button, right? I mean, it's going to be hard for Nick to continue here. Unless he just goes for it.
Well, it's such a small bet.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh?
It's hard to fold much of anything for like 1.5 blinds when there's already 8 in the pot. And I'm sure Nick is wondering, well, if he's betting that small, does he really have much of anything? If he checks back on the turn, do I get to just steal this one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Eric would go 300 pre and then drop it down on the flop like that. It doesn't make any sense.
A bit too small. You know, you want to drop it down a little on Ace Jack 5, but not that much. Because if he bets $250,000, I think Nick just folds. And instead, I think Nick's going to be able to steal this pot from him. It's just a question of how much do you value bet on the river? What are you trying to represent? You know, if you want to say you have Queen Jack or a decent ace, I think somewhere around this size makes sense. And it gets specifically these kind of hands to fold. You know, the King 5 suiteds of the world, the pocket 4s and 3s of the world. Maybe even weak jacks that tell themselves they're no good.
Well, I think Matt Savage is back.
All right.
Going to kick me out of my spot here.
Been good to have you, Jesse.
Tony, good talking with you. Great commentary as always.
Thank you.
Give it back to the one and only Matt Savage.
Q back to work with the 7-4 suited.
So I heard you talking about Eric Stack. He was over 10 million and has come back. He's at 5 million.
Yeah.
I missed what happened there, but
Had some reversals.
okay. And Nick's in the chip lead for the first time.
That's right.
Yep.
Nick playing some hands very well.
9-8 of clubs.
Eric. Yeah, he's really, you know, giving off some tells this hand. Just looking frustrated, looking like he has a hand that he doesn't really enjoy that much.
And he does let it go.
Ace 8-6 on the flop.
UQ does flop a straight and flush draw.
Beautiful flop for 7-4 of diamonds. Pair and a backdoor draw for Nick. Pretty good board for his hand.
Ten on the turn.
Pick up a gut shot. Q now any 9-4, excuse me, any 9-5 or diamond. We'll give him a 3 street hand. Nick facing this bet. Knows there's an awful lot of draws that UQ can be barreling with here. He's got a pair and draw of his own. Is his hand good enough to see the river facing this bet? That's the question. No.
No, he lets it go. Yunku picks up a good pot there. Eric Afriat chasing history here, looking to join Darren Elias as the WPT's second 4-time champion.
How many 3-time champions are there? There's Gus, right?
There's Gus, Zeno, and Eric, and Altman, I believe.
That sounds right.
Nick with the king 4 makes it 200,000.
Yeah, with the chip lead now, he can open things up on the button, raise more of these junky kings.
And he'll win that pot.
Gives his opponents flash the king.
Poker players have got to be kind of like a body language experts too, yeah?
At times, yes. Some guys are better at concealing their body language and their feelings than others. Some guys give you a very clear signal, other ones are quite stoic.
Eric raises to 200,000.
You watch the super high rollers, everyone's just full robot.
Yes.
There's not much to pick up on.
I prefer the animation, I gotta be honest.
I agree with you. Makes for a better broadcast.
Nick does make the call with 8-5 of hearts. Flop is an 8 and 1 heart, also a 4 of spades. Top pair for Eric.
Middle pair and a handful of backdoor draws for Nick.
Eric bets 250. Call's been made. Turn guard to Jack. Jack of spades.
500K.
Eric quickly follows through with about $500,000. And now I suspect Nick will bow out. He's been quite disciplined about not paying off on the turn when he has low visibility going to the river. I don't know how many rivers you'd feel good about with your 8-5 here besides an 8 and a 5. A lot of stuff that he already loses to. He can even be drawing dead against a 9-10. So another good fold from Nick Eunice there.
You show me next time.
I owe you one from yesterday.
So give me 2.
Eric, we'll give him a free show that time of the queen.
It's gonna be my time from now. You guys got Ronan coming back in. Thanks. Appreciate it, I guess.
If I remembered, I would have shown you that.
Have you ever been involved in one of those tables where they agree to show every time?
Every now and then,
Every
yeah.
now and then. And are you in on that? Or are you?
Sure, sure. I mean,
Okay.
especially if it's like day 1 of a tournament or something.
Okay.
People want to play games like that, of course.
Is Club WPT available on tablets? Absolutely.
I'm from
As long as it's available in your state, you can play on a tablet.
Where are you from?
Originally from Chile. I live in Miami.
Nice. I got some family down in Hollywood.
You can queue with the 10-4 of hearts. We'll open our action.
Raises to 225. Nick folds king 7. And Eric with that 7-4.
Not often that you're dominating somebody with 10-4 suited. But he is, and on queen 8 deuce, well, not much for either player. Eric with the backdoor flush draw, but otherwise.
Yunku with position.
Position on him, attack him. If you want to win this tournament, you got to attack him. Don't let him breathe.
Don't let me breathe.
Don't let him breathe.
Eric's giving advice to Nick to attack Yunku.
I'm ganging up on him. Not sure that's allowed.
Not sure that is allowed, but I don't think Nick's going to have any part of it.
Quick walk for Yunku. Action slowed down a little bit. These three guys measuring their pace a little more.
Yeah.
Everyone's fairly even, so right now nobody wants to stick their neck out.
Give these guys 6 million chips.
Eric's telling the dealer, it's my turn. You've given these guys 6 million in chips. So he wants
250.
Raise 250. Oh.
an open bet of 250 by Eric Goffriat with Queen Jack.
I think Nick has just enough hand to see a flop here.
Does make the call.
Queen, 9-5. Top pair for Eric, gut shot for Nick, but a bigger bet from Eric this time around. Going up to 400. And I think that will be enough to drive out Nick with the undercards and the gut shot. I think facing a smaller bet, he would see a turn. Against this sizing, I'm not as confident. Yeah, he's going to let that one go. I like that fold, Matt. Without an overcard, it's an ambitious call there with just the naked gut shot. Good fold from Nick, who's played just a really solid, disciplined style. Made the big call against Nick Funero earlier when he flopped 2 pair and Funero bluffed off his tournament. Wasn't an easy run out to make the call down on, but besides that hand, you know, Nick hasn't gone out of his way to play big pots, just steadily waiting for situations where he has a lot of equity and getting to showdown.
Yunku raises to 225 with ace-7. Nick has let it go. Ace-jack for Eric now.
Yeah, one of those hands that could 3-bet or call, but I think you should lean towards 3-betting here at this stack depth.
He does raise to 575.
Get called by a worse hand. And a call from Yunku. Pretty close one here, making the call. 3-handed. Makes a bit more sense to raise call these kind of hands, but I think I might want to be a little higher up than ace-7-0. Ace-jack-8. Beautiful flop for Eric. Top pair. Backdoor flush draw. Q with the 3 straight, not much else. And he won't continue. Thought he might do something a little reckless there, but no.
No, I already showed you once. Because we are even now. So I owe you once after you show this.
If I show you this, show me twice.
Why? Once. 1 for 1.
You owe me once?
Yeah, once.
Negotiating showing.
Right, yeah. Got to keep track of everyone's debts.
So, just top pair. So good.
Dion Jagger finished in 6th. Nick Funero in 5th. Joe Jordan in 3rd. Took home 123,000.
In trouble for the next 20 minutes.
Down to the final 3. Players have earned at least 165,000.
Q with a hand that can, you know, call or 3-bet. He's going to just call it. I don't think he wants to 3-bet very often here, but worth finding squeezes now and then.
1 spade and top pair for Yunku.
Whoa, what a flop here, Matt.
Yes, and Eric now with 9-7.
Yeah, I don't know what's really accomplished by leading here. Such a mergy hand. Even Nick here, you know, an e7 and e-jack gives him a straight. He's got the overcard to the queen. Everyone reason to continue. Going with the raise. Huh. I think I prefer to see this with a club in his hand. Certainly not the wildest raise ever. It puts Yunku in a really nightmarish spot. And if somebody back raises and blows you off your hand, it's not that much equity to lose.
Love this flop for Eric.
Yeah. I don't know what Eric's going to do. He might 3-bet. Kind of looks like he might 3-bet.
Time instinct.
I mean, Q would love to see these two play a huge hand together, and you could just ladder up a spot.
Raise 1.5.
Yeah. Eric,
Can I get one?
the click master now. But he's gone so small that now Nick kind of needs to see the turn.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I would be
Because
full.
your outs are still clean,
Okay.
especially a non-club one. You know, if you find a 7 or a jack, it's just kind of game over.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm folding here.
Well, I mean, it's only 700,000 to see the, or 700,000 to see the river. There's 3.2 million out there and another 4 million behind.
1.5.
Yeah, you just can't really fold yet. It's such a weird spot.
As always, I'm learning something with you.
Yeah. If Eric could 3-bet larger, he could absolutely fold.
Okay.
It's just the price that he afforded him.
3 of spades on the turn.
Eric has bloated this pot with what turns out is the best hand and a draw. Now he has a tremendous amount of equity, so this is a great situation for him.
Said 1
He's
million.
bet 1 million. Ah, yet again. It's so murky about whether Nick should call or not.
Again, really?
Yeah, he's getting 5 to 1.
Okay.
See, he doesn't know if he has 6 clean outs or 8. And that's the big question. If he has 8 outs, he should definitely call. I mean, we know he has 8 outs, so the queen would be good. I don't know if he would actually win the hand because Eric might shove. Yeah, this is the dilemma. If Eric just bets a little more, Nick has a clear fold. But when he gives him 5 to 1 on seeing the river, and Nick has outs, he's sort of obligated to call.
River is the 5 of spades.
Honestly, now with the queen of spades in my hand and blocking 8-7, if I'm Nick and Eric checks, I'm going for it.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Eric betting 10% pot. He's trying to block and get this showdown. He's trying to price the showdown. If I'm Nick, you know, I was considering shoving over a check. I'd consider shoving over this too. You just have a really nice hand to make this play with. Yeah, great recognition from Nick. Using the queen of spades and the 8 of hearts as a bluff. He blocks the nuts from Eric for 8-7. He blocks backdoor spades. He unblocks the club flush draws.
Wow.
Like, there's a disaster world where, you know, if Eric bets him for whatever reason, Nick calls. He would never call, but he could still lose to, like, queen, jack of clubs. You know, Eric can be bluffing, and Nick can rebluff him here.
Should Eric have gone bigger there
on the river?
Yes.
Should probably check.
Check.
Betting 10% pot and checking are kind of similar plays. You're basically saying, I don't want to put much money in on this river.
Yeah. The dealer is supposed to count before starting the clock.
Heroic bluff by Nick, though, to get this deep in such a huge pot for all the chips at the final table and to pull the trigger on turning this hand into a bluff. It is not easy, Matt Savage.
I was out on the flop.
So. You were out on the flop. If Eric goes a little bigger, so is Nick.
Yes.
Also, if Eric just calls the flop, if he leads and just calls the raise, then his ability to show down his hand is much easier. Probably not facing an all-in level decision.
2 million? 3? 4 million. 4 million to 250,000.
4250. Now the clock will start. Even though he has him covered, the player is entitled to account with the action clocks.
Oh, Eric in a world of pain.
I mean, he's knowing that his tournament could be over if he makes his call.
You know, how is your opponent ever bluffing? You block some of the bluffs with the 7 of clubs in your hand.
I mean, this is what we were talking about earlier. If he does end up folding, are you going to show this one?
This is the one to show.
This is the one to show?
This is the one to show. You will tilt the living crap out of Eric. As someone has pointed out, they got the best hand to fold on the flop. I mean, you had Jack 10 of spades. He'd be loving life right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's sick. Forgot about that. Yunku's getting sick here. He could have had a massive pot.
He's going to get him! Nick with an absolutely heroic bluff, and he says, I want to see it.
Oh! Jack 10 of spades. Like 3 bets.
Queen high. Wow.
Eric looks like somebody just shot his dog. Just.
Double gutted.
I had the best hand on the flop. I had the best
Tremendous
hand on the
play
flop, all the way, and
from
then
Nick
on the river.
Bunis.
Wow.
Yeah, Yunku saying, I had the best hand all the way.
Yeah, Yunku, hey, what about me, guys?
Great race by everyone.
Yunku's just digging it in just a little bit.
He's enjoying the moment more than anyone. Nick got away with the bluff, and Yunku probably enjoyed it the most. Eric with the 6-3, down the 25 blinds, deeply frustrated. Yunku should just limp here. Yeah, good adjustment. In the small blind, now that Eric's the shorter stack, he really does not want to build any pots up against Nick. And Nick has a queen 9 of clubs. You know, he could check or raise here.
Queen 8 offsuit, you call 1.5. Queen 8 offsuit, he calls $1 million.
I think Eric's still thinking about the
Eric
last hand.
is still thinking about the last hand.
What a joke. What a joke.
Raise 250.
Just heartbroken. Yeah, you knew that he was not going to be able to stay cool after that one.
You're going to dunk your chips.
And a call.
He does make the call.
What a flop.
I kind of played a similar hand on day one where I raised the flop on a mediocre draw, and my opponent 3-bet me, and I was getting just enough price to call. The same thing happened on the turn. He bet, well, I'm getting just enough price, and then I rivered it, straight making card, and he put all of my chips in, and I called.
Yunku does check his 6s.
Queen 8 offsuit, he goes raise, raise, re-raise.
200,000.
You deserve it.
That's 200,000.
You deserve it. I don't know why you went crazy like that.
I love the emotion.
Oh, man.
Stupid bet at 600 is stupid.
Queen on the turn. Nick turns a pair.
Spot he
Yunku
could
checks.
He could make a small block bet, or he could check behind. Some merit to both plays. Goes with a check. I like the check there.
8 on the river.
My fault.
Yunku with 4th pair
Yeah,
here.
he's just going to try and work to showdown. I don't see much reason to bet his Yunku. No, he is going to block here. Maybe he thinks he can fold out a 7 or an 8? I think that was a little ambitious from Yunku. I think that's just going to end up value cutting himself a little more than necessary.
Why would you go crazy? 300 with Queen 8 offsuit. How did that twitch on you? We've been
Sorry.
remember.
What's happening here?
51 and 1.
How did you play such great poker? All of a sudden you just went nuts on
But why isn't it great poker if it works?
It works, of course. No, but I'm asking you, how come, what's that feeling that you have to like go nuts on it?
The waitress is
We're
like,
just-
you know what did I just walk into?
You don't have a club.
We're just going to let them talk and let them.
Even if you hit a club, you know that you're no good on your straight. That was crazy. That's the way to win a WPT. You gotta. 14.
Raise 250.
That's the way. Really not broken. It's my fault. 600 was still.
Eric down to just 20 blinds now.
Just put $1 million. That's it. Wait for 6.
But I'm out of best hands. But if he doesn't make a move, right, I win.
I think Eric might be more ready to strangle Yun Q than Nick right now.
He had the dodge.
It's just, I honestly think the Yunku doesn't know how good he's doing.
No, he doesn't.
I don't think he does.
He's just enjoying himself at the table with the same cheery attitude as ever.
Right. Or maybe he does.
Maybe.
Spades or something.
You were thinking about calling?
Yeah, I was going to call it the 9. I said he's got maybe ace king with the king of clubs or something.
Eric with a pair of kings now. Just gonna limp in.
Ooh,
oh
Yun Q
wow.
with the 9s.
Well, this could reverse Eric's fortunes.
Raise 350.
Oh, here we go.
Big cooler for Yun Q here. And Eric in a limp shove. Yun Q will snap him. So sick, he says.
And the armor goes on. But he's not going to like what he sees here.
Yeah, Yun Q worried about being protected from a bad beat. He's going to try and deliver one here in a moment.
2,125,000.
And he does call.
Yeah, cooler.
Cooler, he says, and so Eric in a great position to be solidly in second place if he can hold up here with his kings. But
And
it's
a
a 9. However, there are 3 clubs on the flop. Eric with the king of clubs. And an 8 would deliver a chop pot here. Can he get it? No, the 3 of hearts. Yun Q will eliminate Eric Afriat in 3rd chip position. He held the chip lead for so much to this final table, Matt, but loses 2 big pots at the end. Thus ends his tournament.
And Darren Elias is safe. We need to lay that out a little bit more.
Scheduled to have a break
in
a minute and change.
Unbelievable turn of events here, Tony.
Huge hand leading into the break. They are going to be heads up for the title when we come back here at Best Bet.
4 left of this existing level. Levels are dropping to 30-minute levels now, okay? So we're going to finish off this level for 1:44. It shows break. We obviously will not have that break. We're going to blow straight on through to the next level following that, which I believe off the top of my head is 125K. Okay?
We get more time after that.
That's a negatory on that one. Negatory on that one. All right, congrats again. Good luck the rest of the way. Chewy, shuffle up and deal.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course.
We are back for the heads-up play in the Best Bet Scramble Championship, Matt.
It's absolutely been a great one. As we left, Eric Offriot finished up third place, 165,000. None too happy, but you know he took a bad beat to end his day, and then that big bluff from
So angry, he had
Nick
his name
Eunice.
removed from the list.
The Nick Eunice with that big bluff really took the air out of his sails, the wind out of his sails. Now we're heads up with Yoon Koo and Nick Eunice.
Everybody sharing clubs. Nick has lost the scarf and gained a hood. And Q just using his shirt as a buffer as both players flop clubs on 10-7, 4-2 clubs. Nick with the pair and the flush draw has the lead. Yoon Q has pair outs, backdoor straight outs. So we start with the bet and a call at 200. King on the turn delivers 2 pair for Nick. No, this could be a very brief final table if the river is a club here.
Wow, that's absolutely true here.
800,000 to bet. And Nick, one of those hands that doesn't have much reason to raise. I mean, he has the best hand almost always, and he has the redraw. No reason not to let Yoon Q reach the river and keep putting chips in the middle. And if this is something like a low club, I think it's just over on hand 1. But it's a spade. 6 of spades. Yoon Q doesn't have a great hand to bluff with. He can certainly consider it. Not a crazy hand to bluff with. He does have nothing, but generally when you're bluffing the river, you don't love having the missed flush draw because you block some of your opponent's immediate folds. That doesn't mean you can never bluff with missed flush draws. And this time he gets snapped off immediately.
He said an amount. I
Yeah,
think
he said something like 1.8 or something, 1.5.
Yeah, 1.8 is the number. That's a big part of the stack there. And Nick Eunice extends his chip lead here.
Your blind drawing now officially up that, okay? So it is 125 ante, 125,000 ante.
So right out the gate, Nick Eunice wins a big pot.
25,000 big blind.
Had it been a club, it may have been a tournament-ending pot. Instead, Eunice absorbs at least half of Yoon Q's stack. Got an ace now with the button.
30-minute levels heads up here, Tony. Players did decide to take a little longer break than we thought. They were discussing a deal.
Yep.
And that happens a lot of times in big tournaments.
Yeah, people don't necessarily want to play a heads-up poker game for 6 figures when they are tournament players, not heads-up players. Every now and then you get guys who are really confident in their abilities or feel that they have a huge edge over the opponent that they drew heads up. But
there is a seat for the World Championship at stake here, as well as, we hadn't mentioned it to this point, our winner this term is also getting a seat to the $5 million WPT Club Gold free roll.
So, good reason to be in Vegas for 3 weeks.
Absolutely. And there's some, where you can win $1 million or more. And we are going to be giving away more seats to that at the Wynn as well. So if you haven't got your seat to the free roll yet, there's going to be 2,000 of them. And I've seen the field, and it's pretty soft.
I bet it's going to be unbelievable, Matt.
It's pretty soft.
You might win that tournament.
They were saying that something like 80% of the people that have won so far have never played a live tournament.
That is bonkers.
That is bonkers.
We are going to see some wild hands in that tournament. I can't wait for that one. It's going to be so much fun. I'm going to be in my seat on hand 1.
Yes.
I don't want to miss a second of this action.
Going to be a few landmines to avoid, but...
Nicky, once again, rivering what he needs, making the flush with the 3 hearts. Yoon Q, again in a spot where he can only win by bluffing. Will he attempt one more or shut it down? He's going to bluff. 450. I don't know if Eunice is going to fold a flush. This is a heads-up poker game. Not that much money has gone in. Does have the second lowest heart. Really just a bluff catcher, so he's just debating how much he needs to call here. You know, how low in the heart range he needs to go. But he does make the call. Yoon Q with the bluff. Gets snapped off by Nick there. Loses a couple meaningful pots immediately in this heads-up match.
It might be quick. It might be quick.
He says it might be quick. His jacket has been 100% from him being all in, as you know, because he's still in this tournament.
Right.
So his armor has been working quite well.
Been working all year for him.
Yeah.
Been a good one.
125, 125, please. Double checking it on the blinds again. He's in this box right here, right? Yeah. 125 to go.
Nick gonna just jam here with the ace-7. Yoon Q down to about 17 blinds. I like that play with the offsuit aces. Could choose to raise, but I think there are other hands that'll play better as a raise there, and the offsuit aces will perform best just jamming. Yoon Q now gonna try and see some flops by limping when he can. Nick with Jack-5 of diamonds and the button. We'll see if Nick chooses to do much limping or prefers to start with min raises. He just shoves the Jack-5 of diamonds. That might be a little much, but it seems close. Pretty reasonable hand to consider shoving here. Yoon Q has... interesting. He calls it off with Jack-10, and he's in great shape. Yoon Q, didn't even take that long. Said, okay, I think I need to call it off. Puts his armor on, trying to protect himself from one more bad beat here because he's in great shape.
Yes, he is. Jack-10 versus Jack-5. Does not come a diamond. Ace-King 7. Turn card is a jack. Possible split pot here. Queen on the river. And the Jack-10 will make a straight. Yoon Q has won this pot and doubles up. He's up to over 4 million.
Yeah, 15 big blind shove there. Yoon Q calls it off. He was correct that Nick would be shoving wide enough that he would be dominating some of the time.
1.7. 1.975.
A lot of players probably fold that Jack-10 for 15 blinds there. I'm not quite sure what you're supposed to do. That seems awful close. I would certainly call Queen Jack. I'm not sure if Jack-10 is a call.
That's than what I started. That's than what I started with.
I'm no heads-up specialist, Matt. It's a tough game.
Yeah.
It really is.
Maybe you made a good deal.
125, 125, please.
Chip counts 4 million for Yoon Koo.
Call.
And Nick has all the rest. 13,725,000. Still 32 bigs. No real pressure for UQ yet. After that double up. Flop is 10-9-6. A rainbow flop. I think with the straight draw and the jack high being the best hand. The turn card is a 5 of hearts.
No, both players with straight draws.
250.
I don't know if UNQ wants to give this one up. Deuce is such a sneaky way to get there. 7's not great because you can lose to an 8, but you know, when your head's up, it's just so hard to give up when you have any equity at all. Most of the time, you're going to have nothing, which is what both these players have on the river now. So who fights for it?
Yep.
Has a reasonable hand to keep bluffing with. Getting stuff like Queen Jack and King Jack to fold. Jack 8. Some ace highs. Trying to rep a value bet, and it sort of works out for him. I mean, he got UQ to fold a worse hand, but prevented any chance that UQ bluffed him off of his jack high. He can make better hands fold there as well. I like that bet from Nick, as he retains a very large lead here, heads up. 40-year-old, originally from Chile. Played a number of WPTs, but this was his first final table and making the most of it.
Raise 275.
We'll raise our button.
And a call.
UQ does make the call. Ace 9-9 on the flop.
Check. $125.
I think that's 125.
Raise 475.
475 from Yun-Koo.
Yeah, good to see him fighting for pots even when he doesn't really have much there.
Jack 10 again?
I think maybe Jack 10 was the best hand.
Huh. Yeah, heads up is a strange game. I'm not sure exactly how wide he should be check raising there. The Queen 6 struck me as a little bit of an awkward selection. I feel like you'd want to have maybe like a 3 straight, or something like, I don't know, Queen Jack, you know, 2 overcards to the 9. Lean towards having a club. Well, I guess he did have a club. Queen 6, 1 club. Yeah, I guess you do want to find some bluffs. And it's great that Yun-Koo finds them in even difficult spots. And now with ace 4, raises to 275. Nick will call 9-5 and outflop him on 10-8-5. Deuce on the turn will give Yun-Koo a gut shot to a 3. Nick with bottom pair could better check this turn. Excuse me, second pair, flop the bottom pair. Does check, check. King on the river. So Nick's 5 is good. He'll block. 225 and a call from UQ. 5 gonna be good. So Nick stacking pot after pot. UQ got the big double up. But even still, probably only around 25, 24 blinds remaining.
Nick's been around for so long, and he's been really hungry to get his first title, major title. So,
and he'd be very happy if he pulls it off tonight. And it's within reach. Played an excellent final table. He'd be a deserving winner, but UQ's played super tough tonight as well. Done some really interesting things at this final table using the sort of click sizing that we don't see too often. Eight, 7 deuce the flop, both players making a pair. Nick in terrible shape here, sharing it out to the 4.
Raise 425.
And a check raise here with the top pair. Problem for Nick is, not only does he have a pair, which means he's somewhat likely to continue, but he assumes the 4 out is good. It's just so unlikely he's being check raised by a hand that has a 4 in it that's ahead. Just so happens this time it's exactly what UQ has. 6 on the turn.
It's also a club.
Yeah. Gut shot now to go along with the pair for both players. Does check, check on the turn. 8 on the river. Great card for UQ to get paid off on. Pairing the top card.
$850,000.
Goes 850. Nick's river decision making has been pristine during this final table. Generally leaned sticky though. Will he find a fold this time? Yeah, he does find the fold. Nice disciplined fold on that board pairing river. Doesn't pay off his opponent's river trips there, Matt.
UQ fighting his way back.
Raise 275.
275 the raise now. Nick will call 10-6. And on ace, 8-5, 2 spades, Yoon Kyu retains the lead with his king eye. Nick has nothing to do but fold. So 2 in a row for the short stack. He tries to rebuild after losing 2 sizable pots right out the gate in this heads-up match. Jack 9 for Nick.
Yeah, but we just need somebody to come in.
So raise to 300 and a call with the ace-7. Queen 9-8. Better looking board for the Jack-9. Middle pair and a gut shot. Yoon Kyu with ace high. Does have a 3 straight and a 3 flush. That could keep him around for a bet. Does go check, check. 4 clubs on the turn. Not much for either player to be inspired by. I think Nick, though, if Yoon Kyu checks, will start the betting. But Yoon Kyu actually going to start the betting himself. I think his ace might be a little high up to turn into a bluff here, Matt.
Yep.
As we can see.
Nick must call here.
Yeah, very content to call. Is that an ace on the river?
Looks
Yes,
like
it
ace
is.
hearts, yes.
All right, well, the little mergey turn bet has worked out. Yoon Kyu checks the river.
Nuts.
And says he has the nuts.
Could consider betting himself on the river as well. I don't know, so it does complete the flush. But he has the 7 of hearts blocker, so worth considering. Now with 5-3 offsuit, he'll limp in. Nick will check with king 7. Both players connect on 7-4-3.
Okay, a little something for everybody here. Wow, look at that. Young Q makes 2 pair. Nikki's still with top 2 pair. And Nikki checked it back.
450. 450. Call. 2 pair.
2 pair. No. I have 2 pair.
What?
The real 2 pair.
Cooler, yes, cooler. Too bad I couldn't check raise. Lucky river.
We're down to the final 2 players here. The Best Bet Jacksonville WPT Championship. It's been a good one. Been a good one coming down to our final table, final 2. Matt Savage does, he does have to golf from the forward tees. He's not in here right now, so we're going to make fun of him a little bit.
Now we can talk about it.
That's
exactly.
Right. Very forward tees.
125.
UQ with the best hand here on King, Queen, 9. 2 diamonds and a heart. He's got a deuce hanging on with his second pair.
A lot of stuff out there with a 9, a queen, and a king, and 2 diamonds, but it's a pretty easy call for him on the turn with a pair of queens.
Check, check on the turn. 8 on the river. We'll see if UNQ wants to value bet his queen. May believe that there's enough weaker pairs out there that can pay off.
325.
Yeah, he will. He'll bet about half pot here. Nick with ace high, loading his cards to fold. He'll drop out. UQ now with the king 6 of diamonds. Both players sharing the king here. Nick will raise it up 4x to 475 with the slightly inferior king. UQ will call with the king 6 of diamonds. So $1 million in the middle going to the flop. And it is ace queen 8. Not a good looking board for Young Q's king 6 of diamonds. Nick, having the lead pre-flop, could take this down with continued aggression.
Bet 450,000.
Yeah, bet at 450. Should drive out UQ here. Not much room to work with as he cuts out his remaining 100K chips. A heads up is a hard game with no cards, Jesse.
It is tough. Heads up is a tough game when you're not hitting anything. I like to play heads up.
It's certainly not boring.
It's not
you
boring.
You get to see your share of flops.
That's right.
But in tournaments, it's also quite passive. The big blind ante means that once players get short, it makes a lot of sense to limp in. And so you see a lot more limping and checking and guys just kind of jabbing at each other. Here, Nick opens with the min raise. UQ will call the king deuce of diamonds. Both players come up empty on Jack 9, 2 clubs and a spade.
We're not getting much for flops for these guys heads up, are we?
Well, and this is one of the challenges of heads up poker, where both you and your opponent rarely actually have anything.
Right.
So how do you make sure you take down enough of the pots that aren't really meant to belong to you, while also not calling down too wide when your opponent applies aggression. You know, usually when we're playing poker, it's often big blind versus somebody raised on the button or the cutoff. And we're very familiar with what those ranges feel like when we get post-flop. Heads up, all of a sudden the book's wide open.
Yeah.
And we're trying to snatch hands out of thin air against our opponents.
And you're right, more often than not, nobody has anything.
Nobody has anything.
You got to get more than
Right.
50% of those pots.
So much tougher to narrow down what your opponent could potentially have. Well, here we find out whether Yun-Kyu really folds any hand on the button.
Nope.
Nope.
Check. Finish check.
Nick with the king-jack can mix checking and raising.
Check.
Flops top pair here. Better board for the limper than the checker in the big blind. And so I like that Nick didn't lead or anything with his top pair, but he could check raise.
Yeah, yeah, nice easy check raise.
Yep.
Call for
Just
value,
call.
I guess. That's good too.
Queen on the turn. That may inspire Yun-Kyu to continue barreling here. He's got the gut shot to the jack here. Another card that should be better for his range than Nick's. And oftentimes when we find ourselves on the turn and we have like a deuce in our hand with a hand that has equity, it's like kind of a little signal to continue bluffing. If you toy around in solvers a lot, you find that oftentimes when we get here with like the 10 deuces and the jack deuces and the jack threes of the world, those are the ones that want to barrel even more than like jack six. Ace of diamonds on the river.
Not a happy card for anybody.
No, not a happy card for anyone.
925.
You said 925?
I still suspect Nick feels his hand is just too good. Too disguised from having checked pre-flop and just check called twice to fold something this good against an opponent so willing to bluff.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I mean,
Right.
he limped on the button. It's hard for him to have a jack 10 or king queen or any of the two pairs. You don't like to call there. With
You don't
the
love to
king,
call. You
but-
saw the reluctance on Nick's behalf.
Yeah. But that's a good call. Good poker play there.
Your blinds are up, guys. Blinds are up next hand.
Blinds are up. Kick it up a notch.
150,000
Heads up.
75,000 small blind, 150,000 big blind.
Thank you, Jesse. You guys are doing a fantastic job here at Best Bet.
Well, Matt, just 18 blinds left for Yun-Kyu.
Still a workable stack.
Very workable stack. Crazier things have happened, but Nick Eunice, massive favorite at the moment.
Small is the same, big is big.
And I spoke to him before the tournament. He just wants this so bad. He's got a new baby at home and wife are watching on the live stream. So if you're out there now, I know you guys are all rooting for him. And, you know, Yun-Kyu, he's a young up-and-coming player, literally. You know, might win Breakout Player of the Year and probably should for his performances on the World Poker Tour this year, but we'll see what happens with that. But for right now, he's trying to make a comeback.
You know, he's met with the shove. The first hand under 20 blinds this time around.
Closer and closer.
King 8 of diamonds.
We are watching the chat for those that have questions, of course.
Rumor goes that there is new baby luck in poker.
That's true.
I've known a number of new fathers who've won poker tournaments shortly after, and they just claim it's new baby luck.
Well, Tony?
Well, Matt? You planning to have some more kids?
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. That's not what I was going after, but,
No.
you know.
Nick?
Rebel Poker, we see you out there.
With 4-3 offsuit. Gonna check after Yun-Kyu calls with 9-5. Nobody finds anything on Queen 10 deuce. Check on the flop. 3 on the turn. UNQ will take the lead. Excuse me, Nick will take the lead.
Yeah,
UNQ got their hands reversed there for a minute.
Yep. Down to 12 bigs if he doesn't win this pot. And river card is a 4 for 2 pair now for Nick. And he checks this.
Feels like bet time.
Yeah, it is. And he will. And he'll bet 450. And he's going to win this pot.
Yeah, no reason for UNQ to get cute. Put more money in there.
Got to run good heads up. That's for sure. Looks like he has them at this point. First place does include that seat to the World Championship and a seat to the WPT Gold Free Roll, where he can win $1 million there as well. So it's a big, big sweat here if you win this tournament. A lot upcoming on the World Poker Tour. If you have not been to the Wynn, you just got to go and check it out. I think they have 7 or 8 winners from Best Bet alone going to the championship. So we'll be looking to have them out there hosting them and hoping Jesse Hollander.
Oh, such a great
Deb
tournament.
make it as well.
Yeah, all in for Nick, and UNQ might call this one. He's getting the armor ready. Yeah, he's only got 10 blinds, so I think a suited king is going to get in there. Yes, it will. Decent chance of a chop pot here, Matt.
Oh my goodness, how do you do it every time?
Chop.
You always have me dominated.
Chop.
UNQ sees the future here.
Flop quads.
For whom?
And the flop is out.
Oh.
3 diamonds.
Well, he needs a 3 and only a 3. Oh, the 3 of diamonds is what he gets.
Are you kidding me?
Nick Eunice is our champion here at Best Bet in Jacksonville with a dramatic 3 on the river. UNQ has won a WPT Prime, but we'll have to wait a little longer for getting a championship title. Great run.
Amazing. Are we out? Have we already cut?
Well, you can wrap up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think we're off.
No, you guys are still watching.
Oh, sorry.
I just cut the tape.
Well, Tony, thank you very much. As always, a spectacular job here. Nick Eunice, our champion. UNQ is our runner-up. He's going to take home $220,000, our first place winner. $337,000 plus that seat to the championship. We'll look forward to seeing you at the World Championship, and congratulations once again to all of our winners, and especially our champion, Nick Eunice, here from Best Bet WPT here in Jacksonville.
I can outplay these guys at my shop. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. At one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.